Hello, everyone. I am the Sauntering Spellcaster, sauntering through your mind and other places. If at any moment you hear what sounds like a guitar, that's because my cat likes playing with this. I have like an art piece that looks like a guitar, and she likes to play with it. So if at any moment you hear what sounds like a guitar strumming, that's the reason why. And yeah, there she goes, just playing with my guitar for whatever reason. Uh, Anyhow, I really do love my cat. She scratches me sometimes, but I know she's not trying to hurt me. She's just a cat. Okay. I might have to take her out of the room just so she doesn't interrupt the reading. I hope I don't have to do that though, but I will if I need to. I'm probably going to have to. I know, I know. Ah, I had to move my cat out of my little streaming room there. Anyhow, I'm happy to be able to read the rest of the book, and I hope you all enjoy. Chapter 7: The Chase of Sleeve Galleon. Cullen, the smith of the Donnan people, had his hall in the fairy mound of Sleeve Galleon near Armagh, and he had two daughters, one called Aine and the other Meluchra. Beautiful they were, and like to each other as to white bramble flowers on a spray. And many fine tall warriors came seeking them in marriage, but both Aine and Meluchra had set their love on Finn McCool, and would not so much as look at any other man. And both wanting the same man, they grew jealous of each other, and were ready to do each other an ill turn at any hour of the day or night. But Finn McCool was still searching for his lost love at that time, and had no eyes for either of them. One day, a chieftain came seeking Aine for his wife. A fine, tall man he was, with eyes as darkly blue as the hills of Conmera before rain, and a neck as strong as a stallion's. But he was no longer young. Cullen thought well of the match. If you marry him, though to be sure he is mortal, and not of our blood, you will have a position that will bring on the envy of half the women in Erin. Be thinking, my daughter, before you send him away as you have sent others. I am not needing to think, said Aine. I am beautiful, am I not? I can have mortal men with heads as black as a rook's wing, or as yellow as birch leaves in autumn, or as red as a chestnut horse's hair. Or I can have men of our own Donnan kind who will never grow old at all. Why then should I marry a man whose hair is already gray? Father, I will not do such a thing, not until Lough Lane runs dry and Sleeve Galleon falls into the sea. Now Meluchra overheard this, and she thought to herself that if she could not get Finn McCool for her own, and she had begun to understand that she could not, here was a chance to make sure that her sister Aine should not have him either. There would be some comfort in that, thought she. And she gathered together all those of her friends who were not also friends of her sisters, and bade them come with her up that little grey lough to the crest of Sleeve Galleon. And there, forming a ring about the lough, they loosed their hair and linked hands, and going round and about and against the wind and against the sun, they made a dancing magic that charged the water with a strong enchantment. And long after this, Bran and Scolin started a hind near the hill of Almu, and ran it northward St. Sleeve Galleon. Finn followed, desperate for a closer view of the hind, though something deep within him told him that it was not Saba. But on the high mountainside she vanished, as though the dark rocks had opened and let her through. And though Finn searched and searched, refusing to listen to the thing within him that knew the hind was not Saba, he could find no more trace of her than if she had been the end of a fading rainbow. But in his searching he came upon the little lonely grey lough on the crest of the mountain, and there on the bank was a beautiful woman, sitting with her head lowered on her knee and weeping sore. He drew closer and asked her what terrible thing had happened to cause her so much grief. I have lost the gold ring that I prize most in all the world, for it was set on my finger by a young hero before he died. Now it has slipped off into the cold, cruel water, and I shall never see it again. I will get it back for you, said Finn, and stripping off his hunting leathers, he dived into the lough. The water was cold as the green mountain spate that comes down in spring from the melting snows, and he went down and down into the strange twilight world at the heart of the lough. Jagged rocks loomed faintly through the dimness, and long green weed floated out towards him as though to entangle him and draw him into itself. But nowhere could he see any gleam of gold before he had to come up for air. The woman cried out to him from the bank, "Try again, oh, try again." And again he dived, but with no more success than he had the first time. And when he broke surface empty-handed, the woman cried to him, "Try again, oh, try again." A third time he dived, and this time, lodged in a cranny between two boulders, he saw the glint of a golden ring. He snatched it up, and with his heart almost bursting through his ribs, kicked upward and rose to the surface of the water. "I have it!" he shouted, and struck out towards where the woman still sat on the bank. "Give it to me," she cried, so eager that it seemed she could not even wait for him to land, but leaned forward to take the ring he held out before his feet touched the bottom. But the instant she had it in her hand, she gave a strange high laugh and dived into the water, making no more splash than an otter makes, and was gone. Then Finn knew that some kind of magic was being worked against him, and the sooner he was out of the water and away from that place, the better for him. He sprang ashore, but as he touched dry land, the clear mountain light dimmed as though a shadow had been drawn across his eyes, and his legs gave under him with such strange trembling weakness as he pitched forward onto his face. Slowly he contrived to prop himself upon his arms, and looked down with his strangely shadowed sight at his hands outspread on the turf among the little mountain flowers, and they were the knotted and thick-veined hands of an old, old man. Cold horror seized on Finn, and he struggled to cry out to Bran and Scowlin, who were sniffing in a troubled way about the edge of the lough, but his voice came as a cracked whisper, and Scowlin only looked up for an instant and growled softly, as though warning the stranger to take no liberties, while Bran never turned for an instant from his desperate questing about the margin of the water, so even his own hounds did not know him. Finn put his thumb of knowledge between his teeth, wondering if even that power was lost to him. But the power remained, and instantly he knew that Meluchra, the daughter of Cullen, had been both the hind and the woman by the lough shore. He knew that all this was her doing, and he knew why she had done it. Meanwhile, in Almu of the White Falls, White Walls, the day wore on to supper time, and Finn had not returned. Though there were guests at the hearth and all men that he would never be so lacking in courtesy as to leave them to sup without their host, then Kealta Mac Ronan, who he could outrun the west wind, called for the swiftest runners among Finn's household, and with a couple of their best trail hounds in leash, they set out to find him. The hounds picked up his scent easily enough, and followed it without a check, and so just as the moon was getting up, they came up to the lonely lough on the crest of Sleeve Galleon, and there on the lough shore they found a wretched, doddering old man, so weak that he could scarcely stand, and Bran and Scowling questing to and fro among the grey rocks of the mountain top, who came to them whining in desperate trouble when they drew near. "Old man," said Kealta, "has Finn McCool passed this way?" The old man stood wavering on his feet, and gazing from one to another strangely and terribly. They thought that he did not understand. Perhaps age had made him wander in his wits. "Finn McCool," they said, "the captain of the Fianna of Erin. Have you seen him?" "You could not be mistaking him. A giant of a man, with hair as pale as bleached barley." The old man seemed to be trying to answer, but his voice was no more than a wheezing mumble, and they could not understand what he said. At last he beckoned to Kealta, and when the swift-footed one stepped near, whispered to him with great effort, "I am Finn McCool." Kealta started back and stared wildly at the others. "The grandfather says that he is Finn McCool." The rest cried out in angry unbelief. "The old man has taken leave of his wits, or he seeks to play a trick on us. Throw him in the lough to learn better manners." But Kealta saw something in the old man's face that made him bend close again, and gathering himself for a mighty effort, for his remaining strength seemed ebbing moment by moment, Finn wheezed and gulped out the story of what had happened to him in the hands of Meluchra, the daughter of Cullen the smith. Then the Fianna believed that the old man was indeed Finn, bound by dun and enchantment, and wrath seized them. Kealta and another scrambled down the mountain side to where the trees began, and cut branches of birch and quicken, and bringing them back, bound them into the framework of a litter. They spread their cloaks over the framework and lifted Finn onto it. Then, carrying him in their midst, they set out for the ferry mound where Cullen the smith had his hall. There they set down the litter, and with their broad iron-bladed daggers began to dig. For 3 days and 3 nights they dug into the ferry mound, tunneling deeper and deeper, and on the 3rd day they reached the innermost heart of it. To their mortal eyes, their senses protected from the fairy glamour by the cold iron of the daggers which they dug, there was no splendid palace there, no forecourts full of prancing horses, no banquet hall brilliant with rich hangings and vessels of gold and silver, only a dark earthen cavern, held up by rough slabs of stone. But in the entrance to the cavern stood Ain, holding a great drinking cup of the reddest gold. She smiled and said, "That was good digging." "We had good cause," said Kealta Mac Ronan. "I was waiting for you," said Ain, still smiling, "for I know the magic of Meluchra, my sister, and I hold in my hand that which shall undo the harm." And she went forward to the litter on which Finn lay, and held out to him the golden cup. He took it between his trembling hands and drank, and instantly sprang from the litter, young and strong and proud as ever he had been, only that his hair was still silver gray as the seed silk of the willow herb. "Drink again," said she, "and your hair will also be as it was before." Finn half held out his hand and drew it back. "My thanks to you that you have freed me from your sister's spellbinding. But for the rest, I will keep my hair gray, Ain, for I am not minded to be husband of yours. I'd snatched back the cup and was gone, and nothing left but the grass-ground mound with a ragged hole in its side. Then Finn and the Fianna whistled up their dogs and turned back towards Almu of the white walls, and Finn's hair continued silver to the end of his days. Chapter 8. The Giola Dacker and his horse. The years went by and the years went by, and Finn McCool took a second wife, Manissa, daughter of Garrod of the Black Knee, and he had other sons beside Oisin, but none that he loved so well, and he did not hold back from his hunting to remain beside Manissa as he had done to be always at Saba's side. One summer, Finn and the Fianna hunted the broad runs of Munster. They hunted over Kineret and Slieve Keen and Coinadra and across the rich lands of Fermor and south among the lakes of Killarney and the length of the great plain of Ferman they hunted, and up over the speckled crest of Slieve Naman and east through East Munster and West Munster, from Ballagavrin to Limerick of the blue waters. And while they were hunting the plain of Sleac, Finn caused the hunting camp to be pitched on the level top of the hill that overlooked it, and went up there himself to rest, and to watch the Fianna hunting the lower ground. Several of his closest companions were up there with him, among them Gol MacMorna, the mighty deeds, and Conan of the Ram's Fleece and the bitter tongue, and Fergus Finval, his wisest counselor, and Oisin, his own son, together with Diarmid O'Dina, both of them very young warriors, newcomers to the Fianna. When the Fiann captain and his companions had taken their place on the hill, the hunters unleashed their hounds, and the summer morning grew full with the sounds that Finn loved best to hear, the baying music of the hounds, and the cries and calls of the hunters encouraging them on, and the notes of the hunting horn echoing through the glens. But presently, as he watched the movements of the hunt, Finn saw coming up the hillside through the woods that feast lower slopes a man leading a horse, and surely the strangest and ugliest man leading the strangest and ugliest horse that any of the watching chiefs and champions had ever seen. To begin with, both were of giant size, and the man had a thick, clumsy body set on a bowed and twisted leg, his feet broad and flat, and his arms of gigantic strength, his lips thick and his teeth crooked, and himself the hairiest man that ever was seen. In his right hand he held an iron-bound club, which he dragged behind him, and it tearing up the ground in a track as broad as the furrow that a farmer plows behind a team of oxen. And his horse, as they drew nearer, Finn saw that it was an aged mare, was fit mount for such a master. She was covered all over with a tangle of rusty black hair, as unkempt as an old furze bush. Her ribs and the knobbled end of every bone showed through her hide. Her legs, like the man, were crooked, her neck twisted, and her ugly head far too big even for her enormous body. There was a halter around her neck by which her master seemed to be dragging her along by main force. Every now and then the mare would dig in all four hooves and refuse to move another step. Then her master would bang her in the ribs with the iron-bound club, and drag her so hard at the halter that it was a wonder her head didn't part company from her body. And every now and then she would give such a backward tug on the halter that it was as much a wonder that the man's arm did not come out of the roots. With all this pulling and hauling and jerking and banging, he could make but slow traveling, and it was a while before he reached the hilltop where Finn and his companions stood watching. But when he did reach them, he bowed his head and bent his knee, respectfully enough. Finn asked him who he was and what he wanted, according to the usual custom. As to who I am, how should I know? For I never knew who my father and mother were either. But men call me Giola Docker, the hard gilly. As to what I want, Captain of the Fianna, I am a wanderer in many lands, selling my services to any who will pay and feed me. Often in my travels I have heard your name spoken, and your strength and wisdom and open-handedness praised. Therefore I am come to seek service with you for a year. What wages do you ask? Said Finn. At the year's end I will fix my own wages, said the stranger. Will you so? Said Finn, amused at the giant's audacity. Aye, if you will have me. But first I must tell you that my name was not given me without good cause, for I am indeed a hard gilly, hard to move, hard to manage, hard to get along with. There never was worse or lazier servant, nor one that grumbled more at having to do the slightest amount of work than me. It's not a very pleasant account that you give of yourself, said Finn, but I never yet refused service and wages to any man who was seeking them, and I will not refuse you now. The Giola Dackers grinned as though mightily pleased with himself, and took the halter off his miserable bony nag, and turned her loose among the horses of Finn and his companions. And then it appeared that the mare was even harder to get along with than her master, for no sooner than she was among the other horses that she cocked her ugly head, struck out her long, rough tail, stiff as a spear shaft behind her, and began to kick out at them in all directions. The Fianna ran, shouting, to put a stop to her ugly game. But she saw them coming, and with a shake of her head and a harsh, defiant neigh, she set out for a place close to where Conan Mal's horses were grazing by themselves. Conan, seeing this, bellowed to the hard gilly to catch his accursed horse before she could make any more mischief. But for answer, the hard gilly tossed him the halter, saying with cavernous yawn, I'm tired. If you want to fetch her off with your precious beast, go ahead and do it yourself. Conan, in a spitting rage, had no time to argue, and used his familiar weapon of barbed words. He snatched up the halter and ran so fast that he came up with the ill-tempered mare just before she reached his horses, and flinging the halter over her head, tried to drag her round and lead her back to the others. But the mare became as immovable as though she had turned into a tree and taken root, and though Conan hauled and heaved and tugged until he was purple in the face, he could not budge her one finger's breadth. Meanwhile, the rest of Finn's companions, who had followed, stood holding their sides with laughter. Fergus Finville said, I never thought to see our fat Conan playing horseboy to any man, and not over successfully at that. Why are you not getting up on her back and showing her who's master, Conan? Conan, stung by their jeers and laughter, scrambled onto the mare's back and began to kick her in the ribs and hammer his fist between her ears, and made her go. But the mare only drew back her lips as though she were too laughing, and remained as immovable as ever. Oh, now I see what the trouble is, said Fergus Finville. She has been used to the Giola Dacker on her back, and him a giant no less, as fat as you are. She can't feel your weight, and it's not even knowing that there's a rider on her. Well, there's a thing that can be set at right, said Coil Crota, the battle victor, and he sprang up behind Conan, but still the mare never stirred. Then Daradon mounted behind Coil, and Agnes MacArt behind him, and so on until there were 14 men of the Fianna sitting on the back of the Giola Dacre's horse, and belaboring her to make her move. And she didn't seem to notice them at all, for the notice she took of him was nothing. Then the Giola Dacre flew into a great state of indignation, and turned on Finn, shouting, "I see how much all these fine accounts of you are worth. Your men are pleased to make a mock of my horse, and therefore of me. And you do nothing to stop them? I will not stand for this. I'm telling you, pay me my money, and let me go from your service." "That was a short service," said Finn, bending over the laughter pain in his belly. "The agreement was that you should claim your wages after a year." "On second thoughts," said the Dacre, "I'd not be accepting wages from such as you, and now I'm away to find a better master." And so saying, he began to stroll slowly away in the direction of the coast of Kerry. His mare saw this, pricked up her lopped ears, and ambled quietly after him, the 14 still on her back, and the rest of the Fianna still doubled up with laughter to see them go. But before they had covered 3 times the length of their own morning shadows, the Giola Dacre checked and looked back to make sure the horse was following him, then tucked up his kilt and went on again. But now he went with the speed of a swallow darting through the blue air, as a stone whirled from the sling. He went so fast that his bow legs were only a blur under him, and the mare neighed 3 times and quickened into a flying gallop to keep up with him. The 14 on her back strove to fling themselves off, but they were held fast and could not get free. Then their comrades, seeing that they were now really in trouble, stopped laughing, and gave chase all the way to the coast. When they reached the shore, they thought that surely the Giola Dacre and his demon mare must stop, but he ran straight out to the sea, and his mare after him, plunging into the water without an instant slackening of speed. Legan Lumina, who could run almost as fast as Kilta Macronin and jump farther than any other man of the Fianna, had outdistanced the rest in the chase, and making one mighty leap, he caught the mare by the tail just as she took to the water. But he might have had no more weight than a cocklebur, for all the hindrance that was to her, and she plunged on through the shallows into the deeps, towing him behind her. He found that his hands were stuck fast to her tail, and he could no more let go than the 14 riders could free themselves from her back. Standing on the beach, spent and panting from their long and desperate chase, Finn and the rest saw their comrades carried out of sight, and wasting no time on exclaiming and lamenting, they set themselves to decide what was the best thing to do. They determined to make their coast below Ben Elder, where a ship was always kept fitted and ready for sea in case of need, and sail westward in search of their lost comrades. So Finn chose out 15 of his best and bravest men to go with him, including old Gull MacMorna and young Diarmid O'Dina. But Oisin he left behind, because he was his eldest son and was captain the Fianna while he was away. They set out for Ben Erder and went on board the waiting ship, and sailed south and then west around the coast of Erin, then out into the bright western sea. They raised up the sail, and rowers bent to the oars, and the ship sped westward like a live and willing creature, until the green shores and the white sands of Erin were lost behind them. Many days went by, and at last they saw ahead of them an island rising sheer out of the water as though it hit the clouds, and seemingly there was no way up the sheer cliffs. They sailed and rowed round the island, and still they found no way up. not so much as a mountain cat could climb. But they came to the place where Fatlaba, the best tracker among them, sniffed 3 times and said that both the Giola Dacker and his horse were landed there. And since there was no sign of them at the foot of the cliff, it was clear that they somehow climbed to the top. Now all of them understood that at the back of these happenings there was enchantment of some kind, and that they had to do with the lordly people. And of them all, the best fitted to go forward on an adventure this kind was Diarmid O'Dina, for he had been foster reared in Brug na Boina by Agnes Og himself, one of the greatest of the Danann princes, though it was a story for telling at a later time. So Diarmid rose in the ship and put on his war gear, and slung his sword over his shoulder, and took his 2 long spears in either hand, and the warrior's battle fury came upon him, so that the air glowed all about him, and the clouds gathered over his head, and his beauty grew terrible to look upon. Then he crouched and made himself taut like a strung bow, and spring upwards on the butts of his spears he made a great bound, and landing on a rock ledge far up the sheer face of the cliff. From there, using his spears in his hands and his feet, he slept and swung from ledge to ledge and from cranny to cranny, working his way ever upward, while his comrades craned their necks to stare at him from far and further below. And at last he gained the cliff top and had green grass under his feet again. Before him spread woods and thickets of fair and shady trees, ringing with bird songs, and cool to the ear with the sound of running streams. And beyond the woods showed level grasslands, gay with flowers of white and crimson and blue and yellow. Diarmid looked about him, and seeing still no sign of the Giola Dacker or his horse, he thought that his best course was to walk straight on through the woods, for maybe in the open land on the far side he would find people who could tell him where to look for them. So he left the cliff behind him and took to the trees, walking straight on, so far as he could judge his direction among the slender trunks and mazy branches, until at last he came out to the other side, and there ahead of him, in the midst of a green meadow as smooth as lawn, he saw a tall, broad-headed apple tree, heavy with fruit. 9 standing stones made of circle were around it, and close behind it, in the center of the circle, stood another stone, taller than the rest. At the foot of the tallest stone, a spring of clear water bubbled up and flowed away in a looping stream across the meadow. Diarmid was hot and thirsty after his climb, and he hurried towards the spring and knelt to cup the water in his hands to drink. But as his lips touched the water, he heard a low, menacing murmur, the jink of weapons, the heavy tramp of feet, as though a whole war host were coming up across the plain. He let the water run back through his fingers, and starting up, looked around him. But the sounds had stopped on the instant, and there was nothing to be seen. He stooped to drink again, and again came the sounds of an approaching war host. A second time Diarmid sprang up, and looked all around him, and saw nothing. No one. But this time, chancing to glance up to the top of the pillar, he saw lying there was a beautiful speckled drinking horn, bound and rimmed with yellow gold and curiously enriched with jewels and colored enamels. Maybe the well will not allow any man to drink its water, except from the horn, thought Diarmid. And he reached up and took down the horn, dipped it into the water, and drank. This time he heard no sound of an advancing war host, but no sooner had he drained the last drop than he saw coming towards him a tall man in a cloak of dark poppy red. A band of red gold held his dark hair back from his forehead, and under its face was dark with anger, and so he seemed altogether black-bloomed like a thundercloud. "Dear O'Dina," said the strange champion, "is not Erin green and wide enough, and running with streams enough for your drinking, that you must come here into my broad green country and take my drinking horn and drink from my well?" "Surely this is a sorry welcome," Diarmid said. "You would not insult your host by making free with his hospitality if you want better treatment," said the champion, and advanced on Diarmid with his sword out. Diarmid met him halfway, his own sword in his hand, and knee to knee they fought like antler-locked stags in the autumn season. All that day they fought, neither gaining any advantage over the other, all day till the evening came, and as the sun was sinking, suddenly the champion sprang backward into the very center of the pool and sank from sight, as though the spring had swallowed him. Diarmid, weary, stood on the brink, leaning on his sword and staring at the place where the champion had disappeared. Then, for he knew the ways of the Donnan people, he spread his cloak under the apple tree and lay down to sleep, until the champion of the spring, who had gone with the sun, should come back with the sun again. When he woke, the sun was showing above the edge of the world, and already the champion of the spring stood ready beside the tall pillar stone. All the day they fought, and they fought the day before. And at sunset, just as before, the champion sprang backward into the pool and sank from sight. And Diarmid spread his cloak under the tree and slept until sunrise. The third day it all happened just as before, and each morning the champion looked more darkly terrible than he had the previous evening. But as the fourth day drew to a close, Diarmid was well prepared, and the dark champion made his backward leap. The Fionn warrior sprang forward and flung his arms round him, so that they sank together. Down and down they went, the light glowing small like a green bubble overhead, into a darkness that was full of strange shifting shadows. Diarmid felt the shadow brushing against him, but he could not see them, and it seemed to him that he was sinking for long years of time, and must go on sinking forever, when he saw another green bubble, beneath their feet this time, very small but growing larger as they sank towards it. Then it was as though they pricked the bubble with their feet, and it burst, and in place of the evening light they had left behind, the cool light of morning flooded in upon them, and they were standing on solid ground once more. The instant their feet touched the ground, the dark champion tore himself away from Diarmid's grasp and rushed away. Diarmid would have followed, but the weariness and the wounds of his 4 days' fighting suddenly rose up and engulfed him, and before he had taken these paces, he sank to the ground and into the deepest and purest and most refreshing sleep that he had known since he was a boy, with the Boyne singing to him all night long as it flowed past his sleeping place. He was awakened by a light blow on the shoulder, and opened his eyes to see a young man with hair that clung close to his head, and neck like a helmet of red gold, an air of command about him such as marked the greatest of the Fionn chief in Erin, and his hands a naked sword. Diarmid sprang to his feet and reached for his own sword, but the young man smiled and sheathed his blade. "I'm no enemy. I touched you with the flat of my blade to rouse you. You were sleeping in a dangerous place. Come with me, and you will find somewhere better and safer to have your sleep." "This is a better welcome than I had from another warrior a while back," said Diarmid, and he and the young man set out together. If the world above on the island had seemed fair, the world through which Diarmid now walked was fairer still, the birdsong sweeter, the colors of leaves and flowers so brilliant that they glimmered as though formed of rainbow. After a while they came to a splendid dun, whose white walls seemed to shine of themselves as white flowers do at twilight, and where apple trees clustered about the outer walls, carrying silver blossom and golden fruit at the same time. They went in, and the young man led Diarmid by side ways that avoided the crowded courts and all the places where people were, to an inner chamber somewhere behind the hall. It seemed that he was the lord of the dun, for he had shouted to servants to heat up water in the biggest cauldron and make ready a guest bath. They came running to do his will, and in no time at all the fire was blown up, and soft linen towels and jars of sweet-smelling unguents were brought in while the water was heating in a great bronze cauldron. When it was hot enough and swung clear of the fire, the young man himself scattered into it balsams and healing herbs, so that when Diarmid stepped into it, instantly his wounds knit up and his weariness fell away from him. And after he was bathed and stepped out again, he felt as though he had never been weary in all his life, and could never be weary in all the rest of it. Meanwhile, the Lord of the Dun had caused Diarmid's tattered and battle-stained clothes to be gathered up and thrown away, and a fine shirt of saffron silk, with breeks of the softest checkered stuff, and a mantle of crimson silk to be brought in their place. And while Diarmid put them on, they walked together. "Forgive me if I am asking too many questions," Diarmid said. "So many strange things have chanced that the very ground seems unsure beneath my feet, and not until I know the who and the where and the why of it will the ground grow solid again." "Ask them, and I will forgive the number of questions," said the Lord of the Dun, smiling. "What land is this, then? And who was the champion I fought with for 4 days at the pool? And, young lord, who are you to give me the hospitality of your house?" The other laughed. "That is 3 questions to be going with, and I will answer each in turn. This land is Tir Fafon, the land under the sea, and the champion you fought with the pool, its king. As for myself, I am the king's brother. Look, and you will remember me, for not long since I took service for a year and a day with Finn McCool, though indeed I served but little of the agreed time." As he spoke, he gazed fixedly at Diarmid, and Diarmid returned the gaze, seeming to see someone else forming behind his eyes, a huge fat man with bow legs and face all over with hair, and dragging a hideous old black horse behind him. "Why, you're the Geoladacker!" "I am indeed," said the prince. "Then here's another question for you. Where are the 15 of my Fionn brothers whom you carried off with?" "Safe and well, as you shall see in a while, when we gather for this evening's feasting in my hall." "And why did you carry them off at all?" "Because I had need of them, and of you, and the rest of the warboat's crew that I knew Finn McCool would bring seeking them." "What need would that be?" demanded Diarmid. "Half the kingdom is mine by right. When our father left the kingship, my brother, who was older and stronger, seized my heritage along with his own. But here with me I have 70 heroes who are loyal to me, and here also I have summoned the very flower of the warriors of Erin. With your help, it will be but give it to me. I shall win my kingdom and all that was reft from me for my brother. And, afterwards, each and every one of you shall claim whatever you desire of my kingdom." "For myself, it's a good bargain," Diarmid said. "My comrades, however, will speak for themselves." So Diarmid and the Prince of Tir Fafon struck hands as men sealing a bargain, and swore faith and loyalty to each other. Meanwhile, Finn and the rest of the Fianna, who had sailed with him, having waited 5 days for Diarmaid's return, determined to go look for him. They took all the cables and ropes in the ship and knotted them together until they had a rope long enough to reach from the bottom to the top of the cliffs. Then the best climbers among them went up the cliff face, following the way that Diarmaid had taken, and taking the end of the rope with them. And reaching the top at last, they made fast the rope to a jut of the rock, so the rest could climb after them. When the last warrior was climbing safely on the cliff-top grass, they set out through the woods, just as Diarmaid had done. But they came out at a different point, and so never saw the magic spring that had led Diarmaid to his adventure. Instead, they came to a cave among the last of the trees, and since the sun was sinking, they entered to see if it would make a good shelter for the night. "It looks warm and dry," said Finn, "but it is never well. But it is never well to sleep in such a place without first finding the far end, lest any danger lurk in the further depths." So they went in further and further and further still, and the cave went on, seemingly without any end at all, and they were just about to give up and turn back to camp in the open when they saw daylight glimmering far ahead of them. So they pushed on towards it, but whereas they had left behind them the honey glow of sunset, they stepped out from the cave into a cool, clear flood of early morning light. "Strange," said Finn. "We've not been a whole night in the cave. I am as sure as I am that the High King of Erin holds his court at Tara." But the others were already looking ahead of them, to where at some distance they could see the white walls of a dun on its hill, among apple trees on which the blossoms shone silver, with the apples already golden. On the green grass before the dun, warriors were at practice with swords and shields and spears, and they drew nearer and saw that among them were Diarmaid and the 15 who had been carried off by the Geoladacker. They saw him at the same instant and set up a great shout, and tossing up their spears came running to meet them, great with gladness and rejoicing on both sides. Then Diarmaid brought Finn and his comrades back to the warriors of the practice ground, and the 70 tall Dianan warriors greeted them with their courtesy. But they and their women, and all the mantles of scarlet silk, who had come out to watch the warrior play, and at the head of the warriors came the prince himself to bid them welcome. So Finn and the warboat's crew heard, and the others had done already, that the story of why they'd been drawn out of Erin to Tir Fathon, and each and every one of them struck hands with the prince and swore to keep faith with him in the fighting which was to come. And that evening they feasted royally in the prince's hall, Fionn and Donnan warriors together, eating from the same dish and drinking from the same wine cup, while the leaping harp notes hummed under the rafters as sweetly as the notes of the Dagda's harp itself in the green years when the 3 worlds were young. And next morning, with Finn and the prince at their head, Fionn and Danann warriors marched out to attack the royal dun. But Diarmaid's old enemy had had word of their march from the scouts, and advanced to meet them, so they came together midway, and the king's war host was many times greater than the war host of the prince's brother. But the prince's war host had in it 130 champions of the Fianna of Erin. When the war hosts came in sight of each other, they checked and drew up the battle line facing each other across a shallow valley, and in the same instant the war host of Tir Fathon sang from one side of the valley, and on the other Finn tossed up his spear glittering in the sunlight, and shouted the Dord Fionn, the Fionn war cry that was taken up by every voice in the prince's war host, Danann as well as Fionn, and the two battle lines rolled toward each other, with the white dust rose above the warriors and the spear points above the dust. All that day they fought, without either side gaining an advantage over the other, until towards sunset the greater number of the king's war host began to tell. When Finn saw this happening, he filled his breast and belly and throat with air until he felt his feet grow light beneath him, and the world turned red. And with all the power that was in him, he raised the Dord Fionn in a way in which it was only sounded when the Fianna were in desperate straits. As the sound of the Dord Fionn fell on his hearing, Diarmaid's battle fury rose in him, and he rushed towards the enemy, not even caring that his comrades were at his heels. He turned himself against the enemy's center, where the silken banners of the king flew in the wind, and went through them and under them and over them, as a hawk goes through a flock of sparrows, or a whale through a shoal of little fish, or like a raging wolf among a flock of sheep. So he brought a red pathway right through the heart of the enemy host, and his comrades raged through after him. The war host of the king of Tir Phaethon broke apart and crumbled, and was put to rout, and the king and his son who fought beside him were both slain, and so at last, red of sunset, the battle ended. For 3 days and 3 nights the Fiann warriors feasted with the new king and his people, but at the end of that time Finn wished to return home, for he had left Erin in something of a hurry, and Oisin scarcely old enough to hold command of the whole Fianna. "It is a shame to lose you so soon," said the new king of Tir Phaethon. "If you must go, then you must. But first, tell me what rewards you would have of me for your aid in this matter." "As I remember," Finn said, laughing, "you left my service without claiming your wages, though to be sure, you did not serve your full year in a day. Let us set the one against the other, and count all debts paid." And the rest agreed to this, all save Conan Mall, who was not so easily satisfied. "'Tis all very well for you, who came here in a fine ship, to have all of your debts paid," said he at Finn. "It is not so fine that we felt the sharp bones of an accursed horse under your long sea road from Erin." At this the young king choked with laughter, and said, "That is true. Choose now what award you would like, and I will pay it whatever it may be." "The award I choose is this," said Conan, pleased with himself, "that you should set 14 of your finest warriors upon that horse, that brute, and yourself catch hold of the tail, and return to Erin in the same manner and along the same sea road that we were taken here. Then and only then I will count the debt paid." The Fianna drew breaths of relief, for they had feared that Conan might demand gold or jewels and bring shame upon them. "The fair reward," said the king, "and shall be paid in full. When you reach your own land, wait for us on the hill above Cleach, and when you first saw the Giola Dacker and his horse, and we will come and see you there." So Finn and his men went through the cave in the woods, and down the cliff by the rope still hanging there, to the waiting warboat, and set out for home. And when they reached the shores of Erin, they went to a hill where the hunting camp still stood, and waited. They had not long to wait before they saw the Giola Dacker, looking more hideous and surly than ever as he trudged toward them, dragging after him his bony mare with the 14 luckless chieftains on their back, for he had let go of her tail and gone ahead with the halter the moment they touched the shores of Erin. The Fianna tried to keep their faces straight for courtesy's sake, but such laughter caught them that they were still laughing when the mare checked at the place from which she had set out, and the chieftain began stiffly to dismount. Finn strode gladly toward to meet them, but the Geoladacker, who was king of Tir na Fon, looked past him and pointed. Finn McCool, quick and look to your men. Finn glanced around quickly, but there was nothing amiss with them. He turned back again, puzzled, to the Geoladacker. But the Geoladacker was gone, and so was the great black mare, and so were the 14 nobles of the land under the sea. All that was left was the grass springing up again, where the black mare's hooves had crushed it down, and neither Finn nor Diarmid, nor any other of the 31 ever saw them again. Chapter 9. The Horses of the Fianna. This is the story of how the Fianna came by their cavalry horses. For until then, though they had used ponies and sturdy little horses for hunting, they had not used horses in war. At the time of the story, Finn was serving with him in the Leinster Fianna a young champion called Arthur, a lesser son of the King of Britain, who had come overseas to Erin in search of adventure, bringing a company of 28 warriors at his back. All the tests of the Fianna he had passed with honor. He was brave in battle and skilled on the hunting trail. If there was a thing he wanted, he took it if he could, and if it belonged to another man, he was not one to trouble much, but took it all the same, especially if there was a dash of danger to make the taking seem more worthwhile. He was a good judge of a horse, and more than that, he was a good judge of a hound, and he had not been long with the Fianna before he knew that in all Britain and Erin put together, there were no two hounds to equal Finn's two hunting favorites, Bran and Scowlin, for speed or strength, beauty or valor or wisdom. And it was not 3 heartbeats of time after he knew that he was determined to steal them at the first chance that came his way. He waited for a while, and then there were 2 things that happened after. A British trading ship put into Dublin Bay, and Finn McCool decided to hunt on Ben Eater close by. The hunting camp was made, and the Fianna gathered with their hounds. Now there was no hound pack in the world of men such as the pack that Finn hunted, for between them and the Fianna chiefs could muster 300 full-grown hounds, and there were always 200 puppies coming on to take the place of those that died or grew too old for the chase. The Fianna valued their hunting dogs dearly, and at the end of every day's hunting, when the food was thrown to them, the pack was counted to make sure that no hound had gone astray. Arthur knew this, but he knew also, having set one of his warriors with gold to make the thing sure, that the British ship would wait for him and sail the instant that the tide turned after his coming. If he could steal Bran and Scowlin early in the day and get them down to the ship in time to sail with their noontide, he could be well on his homeward, with many miles of open sea between himself and Finn, before the court was taken in the evening. So at dawn, when the hunting started, when the deer were stirring in the woods and the hounds stood quivering in leash, he slipped away from the rest, he and his 28 followers, and turned hunters themselves. Only beside their spears each carried 3 arrow stones joined to each other in a curious way with different lengths of rawhide rope, supple and strong. With these, when the chase had come to become well scattered, they went hunting Bran and Scowlin. The 2 great hound brothers liked always to hunt together, apart from the rest of the pack, and so Arthur knew that if he and his followers could find them at all, there would be a good chance of taking them without the rest of the hunt, hound or man knowing a thing of what happened, and sure enough, that was how it came about. Presently, with the trail music of the pack distant in his ears, Arthur saw a magnificent 12-point stag in full flight, and knew that with such splendor a quarry and the rest of the pack half across Mead and Leinster, by the sound of it, Bran and Scowlan could not be far off. So he signaled with the cry of a late waking owl, 3 times repeated to any and his 28 who might be nearest, and himself crouched behind a low growing briar tangle. Hardly had he done so that the 2 great hounds broke from their cover, streaking low through the fern and baying as they ran. There was no moment to wait, no moment, as it looked to be taking aim, but Arthur was used to capturing game alive with this strange weapon in his own land. He swung the seeming tangle of stones and rawhide thongs once round his head and let go, and the thing flew straight to its mark and wrapped itself around Bran, the throw stones carrying the hide ropes across and across, so that the great hound fell in mid-gallop, hopelessly meshed in the thongs about his leg, and in the same instant Scowlan sprawled headlong and lay kicking, brought down by another of the hidden hunters. Their baying charged to snarls of fury as they fought with the hide ropes. Bran was half up again, but men were running in from every side to come at them before they could injure themselves or break free. Arthur himself braved Bran's terrible snapping jaws to leap in with clenched fist and deal him a blow behind the ears that should quiet him for a while. Another of the Britons did the same for Scowlan with the pommel of his dagger, and they stood triumphant with the 2 hounds laying motionless at their feet. So far, so good, Arthur said, but I am thinking that the sooner we are away from this place, and from Arryn, the better it will be for us, my heroes. They untangled the hounds, and, because they were too big for any man to carry alone, lashed forepaws together and hindpaws together, and slipped spear shafts between the bound paws of each hound, so they could lift and carry them, 2 men to a spear, as men carry home their hunting kill. Then they sat towards the place where the ship waited. They went on board, and with Bran and Scowlan already walking back to a fury, sailed with the tide, the wind filling their sail and speeding them towards Britain. At the day's end, when the count was taken, Bran and Scowlan were missing, and though the Fianna went through the pack again and again, and searched all the country round about, not so much as a grey or brindled hair of them could be found. Then Finn set his thumb of knowledge between his teeth, and the truth came to him, and with the truth came bitter anger. He stood up and looked about him at his hunting companions and said harsh in his throat, Arthur, son of the King of Britain, has stolen my hounds, and they are now on the sea with a fair wind driving them toward the coast of Britain. Now I call for 9 champions to follow and bring them back to me, and Arthur with them, or his head if they cannot be bringing the whole of him. Then Gol Macmorna stood up and said, I'm willing and will go, for one. And Diarmid O'Dina said, a sorry thing it would be to hunt these hills and never again to hear the trail music of Bran and Scowlan. I'll go, for another. And Oisin slipped his harp bag from his shoulder, for he had brought it out before the court was taken to sing for the Fianna after supper, and said to Osca, his 12 summers old son, who had come hunting with them for the first time, keep my harp for me until I come back. But Osca drew together his brows that were as black as Finn and Oisin's were fair, and said, let you find someone else to keep your harp. Many and many a night I have slept between Bran and Scowlan for warmth and company. I'll come with you to find them and bring them back. You're too young and small. What could you do? Osca grinned and said, I will bite Arthur's ankles and hold him till the rest of you come up to get him. And the others laughed and took his side, and so Oisin yielded, and Oscar took his place among the men for his first foray. Kale Crota, the 100 Slayer, had joined the little band while they argued, and with them Ferdinand, son of Bo Durg, and the two brothers Rain Wide-Eyed, and Caints the Crimson Red, and lastly came Kelte, son of Crunchu, and the 9 were complete. A sail was made ready, and the lime whitened their shields for battle, and put their war caps on their heads, and went on board. The rowers swung to the oars, and the wind filled the square sail and spread them towards Britain. And so they came across the coast of Argyll. Then they reached the ship safe above the tide line, and went in search of Arthur, the son of the king. They searched northward and they searched southward, until at last one evening, close to the mountain of Loden MacLear, they saw smoke rising from the hillside, and caught on the wind the smell of roasting meat. "It's only a hunting camp such as we have made often enough ourselves," said Oisin. But Gol MacMorna said, "And where would we be more likely to find Bran and Scowlan than a hunting camp? Unless they, of course, were on the trail. So soon as it was dark, we will be taking a closer look." So when the blue dusk rose like water, soaking up through the hazel woods, they crept closer, as close as they dared for fear the hunting dogs would get their scent. And crouching among the hillside scrub, they peered between the branch-woven bothies, and saw the hunters gathered about the fire, and saw that they were Arthur and his band, chained to a birch tree in the midst of the camp. All men keeping a wide berth from them were Bran and Scowlan. Then the 9 drew back and gathered close together and made their plan, and they spread out into a circle all about the hunting camp. And as each man reached his place, he waited, crouching with spear across his knee, until in the last place of all, old Gol MacMorna raised the first shout of the Dord Fionn. Then they leapt to their feet and rushed into the camp upon all quarters, yelling as they came. The men about the fire had scarcely time to snatch up their weapons before they were upon them. The fighting raged about the fire, and in and through the fire, so that blazing logs and bright embers were scattered far and wide. And at last the 28 were slayed to a man, but Arthur they took alive, though with many wounds upon him. For as he sprang aside from a thrust of Diarmaid's spear, Oscar flung himself at his legs and wrapped his arms around him and brought him crashing down. And he hit his head on a stone in the blood-stained grass, so that he lay still for a while. And Diarmaid and Oisin dragged him clear of the fighting and bound his hands at his back. "Did I not say I would bite his ankles and hold him for the rest of you to come?" Oscar said. Then they loosened the chains that held Bran and Scowlan captive for all their straining and struggling to join the fight, and the 2 great hounds leapt upon them, barking with the joy of their release. "Now we will be on our way back to Arryn, and all of Arthur with us, which will please Finn better than his head alone," said Diarmaid. But old Gol MacMorna, who'd been peering about him with his one fierce falcon eye, said, "Something else is here also, and we're also bringing it back to Arryn." And looking where he looked, they saw 2 horses tethered beside the largest of the bothies. So while some of them raked the remains of the fire together and kicked it into a blaze that there might be light to see by, Gol and Diarmaid went to free their tethers and bring them out for a closer look. They were a stallion and a mare, taller and heavier and more fiery than any horses on the land of Arryn, and they laid back their ears and snorted and plunged at the strange hands on their bridles. so that it took all the skill of Goal and Diarmid to get them quieted and led them towards the fire. The stallion was gray with a strange tiger spot marking, and his bridle and head ornaments were of the reddest gold, and the mare was red, with a bridle of 3 times purified silver and a golden bit. "These alone are worth crossing the sea for," said Gull McMorna, and sighed with deep, panting sighs, who eats his fill and brings himself down by the fire after a hard day's hunting. They struck off the heads of the slain and knotted them to their belts by the long hair, 3 heads at his belt each of the Finn warriors, each for Gull McMorna, who had 4. And with Goal and Diarmid riding the red mare to the grey stallion, Bran and Scowlan lopping ahead of them, and Arthur captive in their midst, they set out for the place where they had left their warboat, and they ran it down into the shallows and went on board and set sail for Erin. It was no easy voyage they had of it. The mare and the stallion were angry and afraid, and more than once came near to capsizing the boat and going to the white steeds of the Manon of the Lord of the Sea, and taking the warriors with them. But at last they came safely to the shore on the coast of Erin, and set out for Ben Ader, where Finn was still waiting for them. "You've been a long time," said Finn, fondling the ears of Bran and Scowlan, while the 2 great hounds crouched whimpering with joy against his knee. "It was a long trail we followed," said Goal, "but the hunting was good in the end." And the warriors flung down the heads at the Fionn captain's feet. Osca flung his heads down last of all, and the pride was on him like the dark bloom of the wings of a moth. And they thrust toward Arthur to stand captive before him, and lastly Goal and Diarmid brought up the 2 horses, whose like no man had seen in Erin before. Finn accepted all that they had brought, and said to the captive prince, "Arthur, son of Brit, an ill thing you have done, but I am not wishing to waste a bold warrior for all that. If I cut these bonds, will you take back the old bonds that bind all the Fianna? Will you swear fealty again to me, as though it were the first time, and all this had never happened?" "I will so, and that gladly," said Arthur. So he swore fealty again to Finn McCool, and followed him faithfully to the day of both their deaths. And Finn took the mare and stallion, and bred from them, and the mare foaled many times, dropping 8 fine foals at every birth. And her foals, and their foals after them, became the cavalry horses of the Fianna, who had had no cavalry before. Chapter 10. The Hostel of the Quicken Trees. Once there was a king of Lochlin, whose name was Colga of the Hard Weapons, for he was a mighty and a warlike king. And on a day he called his chiefs together to the broad green before his palace of Burva, and said to them, "You know that I am called king of the 4 tribes of Lochlin and the islands of the sea. Yet there is an island which does not bow to my rule, and that is the green island of Erin. Now, therefore, it is in my mind that when the sailing winds come, we will run the long war boats down to the sea, and sail for this Erin, to set that matter right." And his chieftains shouted in agreement and beat upon their shields. Then the king sent word throughout the land of Lochlin, calling his war host together, and they ran the war boats down into the surf, and the rowers straining at the oars, and the sailing winds of early summer filling the great square sails. They set out to conquer Erin, and so at last they made landfall at the coast of Ulster. Cormac MacArt, High King of Erin, heard of their landing from his coast watchers, and sent word by his swiftest runners to Finn at the Hall of Almu. Then Finn sent out runners in his turn, summoning all the Fianna to meet him at a certain point of the Ulster coast, and went himself to Leinster. Companies there needed his hosting. Altogether they marched against the Lachlan men in the strong camp they had raised on the shore, and there, between green hills and the pale sands, the battle joined. And in the thick of the fighting, Colga and Osca, the son of Oisin, came together, shield to shield and sword to sword and eye to glaring eye, and did not break apart until the king of Lachlan lay dead in the trampled shore grass. The Lachlan men lost heart when they saw their king go down, and though they fought on until evening, they broke at last and ran for their ships, and the Fianna, hard on their heels, made red slaughter among them, so that of all those who had sailed from Lachlan to conquer the green island of Erin, only one was left alive. This was Medak, the king's youngest son, who had come with his father on his first war trail. He was brought captive before Finn, and because he was so young, Finn did not have him slain, saying, "Even a wolf cub may be tamed. If he is taken young enough from the lair, he shall be fostered in my own household." So when the dead were buried and the wounded brought back to Almu of the White Walls, Finn set the fierce and silent boy among his own household, and gave him servants and tutors as though he were his own son, and when he was old enough, even enlisted him in the Fianna. Mythic hunted and feasted with the Finn warriors, and though in their ranks when it was time for fighting, but he remained silent and aloof, and made no friends among them. One day Conan Mal said to Finn, "Captain, there is such a thing as being too trusting." "Is there so?" said Finn. "Have you never thought that Mythic of Lachlan has little cause to love you? I have treated him no better and no worse than my own sons, since the day he was taken captive. Yet it was by you that his father and all his kin were slain, and the men of Lachlan know how to hate well and long. Mythic has no friends among the Fianna. He talks with no one, but he is forever watching and listening. He is at great pains to find out all that has to do with the defense of Erin. And in Lachlan there are still mighty chieftains with many ships and war bands to fill them. Therefore I say that there is such a thing as being too trusting." Finn did not take the matter very deeply, knowing, as all the Fianna knew, that Conan Mal never said a good word when he could say an ill one. But he thought for a while, and it seemed to him that, all the same, there was a sense in what that fat warrior had said. "What would you advise, then?" he said at last. "Get him clear of this place," said Conan, "since it is only fitting that he should still be treated as a prince. Give him land of his own, and cattle, and a horse and household, but let it be in some other part of Erin, where he cannot be listening to all our counsels." Finn went away and thought, and watched the young Lachlan prince, and thought again. And then he sent for him and said, "Mythic, you have been brought up from boyhood in my household, and trained as I trained my own sons. But now you are a man, and the time for training is past, and you should be having a land holding and household of your own. Choose the 2 holdings that best please you in all Erin, and they shall be yours and your sons after you, and there you shall build your house, and I will furnish you with cattle and slaves." Mythic listened to the Fionn captain in cold silence, and answered in a voice as cold in his silence, "The lord of the Fianna is generous. If I have my choice of all the holdings in Erin, I will have the holding of Kinry on the Shannon, and the holding of the islands north of it across the river. His answer came so quickly that Finn knew that he had the matter thought out already, and he guessed the reason for Medic's choices. For between those two holdings the Shannon widened into a great firth set with islands and many sheltered creeks, and a whole Lachlan fleet could lie there in safety. But he could not break his word, so Medic had the holding of his choice and the cattle and slaves, and built his house and lived there. He lived there 14 years, and in all that time neither the High King nor Finn nor any other of the Fianna saw him or had word of him. And then, one day, Finn and the Fianna went to hunt in the woods toward Kinry. But when all was made ready for the hunting, Finn, as he sometimes did, decided to watch the sport from the top of the hill of Knockferna, where the hunting camp was being made ready, and some of his companions remained with them, while the rest took the hounds and scattered in search of wolf and wild boar. Presently the men on the hilltop saw coming up towards them a tall and splendid warrior, clad in a shirt of Lachlan ringmail, his shield on his shoulder, his two war spears in his right hand. He came to a stand before Finn and saluted him in all courtesy. "Greeting to you, Finn McCool, Lord of the Fianna." And Finn returned the greeting. "And to you, friend and stranger, if you will tell us what name to call you by." But Conan cut in. "Neither friend nor stranger. Men change in 14 years, Captain. But do you not know Medic of Lachlan, who you brought up as your own son at your own hearth?" "Surely I know him now," said Finn, "and by your looks you have grown to be the most noble champion in the 5 provinces. But in all these 14 years we have had no word of you." And never in all that time, put in Conan with rising indignation, has he invited you or any of his old comrades to eat beneath his roof. Medic answered pleasantly enough, "If Finn and the Fianna have not feasted with me, surely that is not my fault. There was never a time when they would not have been welcome." He smiled and held out his free hand. "But now you are come, and there is feast waiting for you. I have had it set out by my guest, I have set it out for my guest, the hostel of the quicken trees, which is nearer than my dun, which I have built on one of the islands for greater strength in times of trouble." Finn agreed gladly to go and feast with them, and after pointing out their way, Medic left them, saying that they must go on ahead and make sure all things were in order. When he was gone, the companions on the hilltop held council together, for it was decided that Oisin, with Diarmid O'Dina, and Fotla and Kielta Macronan, and a young son of Finn's called Ficna, with his father brother Insa, should remain to tell the rest of the hunting party when they returned, and bring them on down, while Gol MacMorna and Conan and some others went down with Finn to the hostel. And it was decided also that Finn should send back word of how they fared. Finn and his companions set out, following the way that Medic had pointed out to them, and after walking for a good while, they came to a fine and splendid hostel, standing in the midst of a level green, and surrounded by quickened trees lit with clusters of flaming berries. A river flowed close by, and a path led down the steep and rocky slope to it, a place where there was a ford. And the strange thing was that for all the size and splendor of the place, not a living soul was to be seen. Not a thing moved save the river water and a little wind that swayed the scarlet clusters of the quicken trees. Then Finn smelled danger, and he would have turned back, only that he had given his promise. The great doors stood wide open, and he went in, the others behind him. They had never seen a hall so splendid, not even in the High King's palace at Tara. A great fire burned on the hearth, bright and smokeless and sweet-scented. The walls were hung with fine embroidered webs of blue and violet and crimson, and all round the hall were couches spread with brilliant rugs and deep rich furs. But here also there was no living soul. Nothing moved but the flames of the fire. Still wondering the meaning of this, they seated themselves on the couches, and hardly had they done so when one of the inner doors opened, and Meedic stood there. He looked them over, speaking no word, a long look to each and every one. Then he turned on his heel and went out, shutting the door behind him. Finn and his companions waited a little longer, with uneasiness growing upon them. At last Finn said, "I am thinking it a strange thing that we should have been bidden to a feast and kept so long without food or drink." "It is in my mind that there is a thing stranger still," said old Gol MacMorna suddenly. "The hearth fire, which was clear and smokeless, and scented as a May tree in flower when we entered the place, is now filling the hall with foul black smoke," and he began to cough. And that was not the only change, for in the same instant the beautiful hangings fell away in a shower of withered leaves from walls that were only rotten planks. The couches with their soft coverings were gone, so that the warriors were now sitting on bare black earth that was cold as the first snows of winter. And the many doors had disappeared, leaving only the one that they had come in by, and that one shrunk to half its size and closely fastened. Then Finn said, "I never tarry in a house that is only one way in and one way out. Let one of you break down the door, and we will be out of this foul, smoky den." "Easily enough done," said Conan, and made no scramble to his feet, then fell with a howl. "Help me, oh friends, help! I'm fixed to this cold clay floor as though I were rooted here like the quicken trees." And when they would have gone to his aid, all the rest found themselves fast to the ground in the same manner. For 3 heartbeats of time, the shock of it held them frozen silent. Then Gol said harshly, "Meedic has laid a trap and we walked into it. Quick, Finn, put your thumb of knowledge between your teeth, that we may know what we face and how to escape from this ugly plight." So Finn put his thumb between his teeth and waited for the knowledge that he had, and then he gave a deep and bitter groan. 14 years has Meedic, son of the King of Lochlin, plotted against us, and now his plotting has come to its harvest time, and I can see no escape for us. For in the dun of the island, he has ever now a war host gathered to destroy the Fianna. It is led by Censor of the Battles, King of the World, and his son Borba the Haughty, and with them are the 3 kings of the island of the Torrent, strong and fierce as 3 dragons, and mighty in magic making. It is they who, by their black spells, have made us fast here, and we can never be set free until the blood of all 3 of them is sprinkled on this earthen floor. And soon Censor's warriors will be here to make an end of us, and we are as helpless as trussed fowls to defend ourselves. Then Conan Mchumail, who, let you remember, had been held captive in this way before, and had a ram's fleece down his back to prove it, began to rage and lament until Finn silenced him. "It is not fitting for heroes to wail like women or howl like dogs at full moon in the shadow of death. Rather, let us raise the war chant, the Dord Fiann, that it may strengthen and put heart into us before we die." So all together they raised the Dord Fianna that was half war song, half battle cry, chanting slowly and proudly and terribly, as men before a battle that they know can have only one end. Oisin and the party waiting at the hill of Knockfarra grew anxious when evening came, and still there was no sign of the messenger Finn had promised to send back. And Fianna got to his feet and said that he would go down to the hostel of Quickentrees and see for himself how it went with his father. And Insa, his foster brother, rose to go with him. It was nightfall when they reached the hostel, but there were no lights anywhere, and as they drew near from the dark and seemingly forsaken hall ahead of them, they heard the loud, slow strain of the Dord Fianna coming from within. "At least they are here in this place, and safe," said Insa. But Fianna shook his head. "It is only in time of sorest danger that Finn my father raises the Dord Fianna in matter so slow and stately grim." Now as the war song fell silent, Finn within their prison heard the hushed, quiet voices outside and called out, "Is that Fianna?" "Yes, my father." "Come no nearer, my son, for the place teems with evil magic." And quickly and urgently Finn told all that had happened, and how only the blood of the three kings could save him and his companions. At that Insa cried out, and hearing him, Finn demanded who else was there. "It is Insa, your foster son." "Then fly, both of you, while there is still time, for it will not be long before our enemies come carrying their swords this way." But both young men refused to seek their own safety. "For while we are here," said Fianna, "at least there are two warriors free to stand between you and your foes." Then Finn sighed a great sigh and said, "So be it then. Every man's fate is written on his forehead. Now listen. To reach this place, the foreigners must cross the river that runs below here. The ford is narrow, and the banks on this side steep and rocky, and one might hold it against many, for a while. Go now and hold that ford, and it may yet be that help will come in time." So the young warriors went down to the ford, and when they had taken stock of the place, Fianna said, "It is even as my father said. One man might hold this place against many. So now let you guard the fort alone for a while, and I will go to the island, and if it is not already too late, find it there be any way in which the war host might be attacked before they set out." And he went across the ford and on into the night, while Insa remained behind, leaning on his sword and waiting. In the dun of the island there was feasting and great merrymaking at the news that Mythic brought, and one of the chieftains of the king of the world whispered to another chieftain, his brother, "I am away now while they are all drinking, to the hostel of Quickentrees, but soon I shall be back, bearing the head of Finn McCool, so I shall gain much renown and win the high favor of the king." And he gathered his own war band and set out. When they came to the ford, it was black night, but peering down the water, the chieftain thought he saw the shape of a warrior on the far side, and called out to know who it might be. "I am Insa of the house of Finn McCool," came back the answer, and the chieftain laughed and said, "Well met! For we are come on a visit to Finn McCool now, to take his head back to our king, and it is yourself will be just the man to lead us to him." "That will be a strange way of carrying out my orders, which are to hold this ford against all comers." But the warriors plunged into the ford and came wading across to the attack. But only two at a time could come at the single defender, and he struck them down right and left until the ford was clogged with their bodies. At last, the few who were left broke off the fight and fell back to the opposite bank, where the chieftains had been standing all the while looking on. The chieftains were filled with red rage that so many of his men had fallen without gaining the ford, and snatching up his weapons, he rushed into the water himself against the solitary warriors who had held the other bank. He was fresh, but Insa was weary and sore wounded, and at last he broke his stroke, and the enemy's chieftain's sword found his breast, and he stumbled forward with a choking cry into the swift running water. Then the chieftain seized him by the long hair and struck off his head, and brought it away. The few warriors left to him were not, he thought, enough to press on to the hostel of the quickened trees. So he had better be turning back to take Insa's head to the king of the world. But on his way he met Fianna returning to the ford, and because he came from the dun of the island, though that he must be one of their own men. So he told him triumphantly, "We are back from the ford below the hostel of the quickened trees. There were met a young champion who slew so many of my warriors that I've had to return for more. Yet I do not come empty-handed, for, see, I bring his head with me. I had hoped to bring Finn McCool's, but this is better than no head at all." He tossed the severed head to Fianna as though it had been a ball. Fianna caught and looked at it, and said, "Alas, dear old lad, at dusk your eyes were bright with valor." Then he laid the head aside that it might not hamper him, and turned wrathfully upon the enemy chieftain. "Do you know who I am, to whom you have tossed this champion's head? I know that you come from the dun of the island." A hideous doubt crept upon the chieftain. "Are you not, then, a warrior of the king of the world?" "Not I," said Fianna, "nor shall you be in a few breaths' time." And he sprang with his raised spear upon the chieftain, swift and savage as a mountain cat. So the chieftain fell by the avenging hand of Fianna, whose foster brother he had slain. And Fianna struck off his head, and taking it by the hair in his left hand, but Insa's cradled in the crook of his right arm, he went his way. When he came to the ford, he made a shallow grave and buried Insa there, his head laid once more to his shoulders, and turned the green sod back all over. But the enemy chieftain's head he carried with him on up to the hostel of the quickened trees. Finn, who heard his step and knew it, called out to him with wild anxiety, "Fianna, who fought the battle that we heard raging in the ford, how was it ended?" "Insa fought that battle, and the ford is clotted with the bodies of the men he slew." "And how is it with Insa?" "Dead where he fought," said Fianna. "And you stood by to see it happen?" "Would that I had been to fight at his shoulder," cried Fianna, sharp in his throat. "But I was elsewhere. At least he does not lie unavenged, for I met the man who struck the blow soon after, and it is his head that I carry in my hand." Then Finn bowed his head on his knee and wept. "I have good sons, both of blood and fosterage." He said at last, "Now go back to guard the ford, and victory be on your blade. Maybe help will come in time." So Fianna went down again to the ford. Meanwhile, in the dun of the island, another chieftain named Kiram, the brother of the first, wondered why his brother did not return, and gathered his own band and set out to seek him. When they came to the ford, they saw the dead men choking it, and the figure of one solitary champion on the other side. And Kiram called across to know who he was, and who had made the slaughter there. And the answer came back, "I am Fianna, son of Finn McCool, and as to the slaughter here, I would not want to be asking if I were you, for the question raises the wrath in me, and that will be a bad thing for you if you come at this side of the ford. Then Kiram and his warriors rushed the ford and flung themselves upon Fichna, but Fichna did with them as Insa had done, until only one man was left, who escaped and ran back to the dun of the island with word of what had passed, and Fichna sat down on the bank, covered with blood and very weary. When the survivor reached the dun and told his story, Mythic of Lachlan was coldly angry, saying that the two chiefs had brought their deaths on themselves and their men, for they had neither the strength nor the courage to meet the champions of the Fianna, and he should have known it. But now, said he, I will take a band of my own bravest men, the men of Lachlan, and cross the ford no matter who guards it, and slay Finn McCool and his comrades with my own hands. So he gathered his war band and set out and came to the ford, and Fichna on guard on the other side. First he tried smooth talk. Fichna, my heart is warm to be seeing you again, for when I was of Finn's household, you never used me ill, nor struck at man or dog that were mine. Nor did any other of the household or of the Fianna, Fichna retorted. Kindness you had of all of us, but especially of Finn my father, and it is a strange way you have of repaying him. So then Mythic tried threats, and ordered the young champion aside from the ford, but Fichna only laughed. You are many to my one. Surely it can make little difference to you that I stand in your path. Come then, and I will give you the warmest welcome in my power. Then all happened just as it had happened twice already at the ford, and just as Kiram had done, Mythic in red rage at seeing his men struck down, hitched up his shield and charged forward to meet the one defender in single combat, since none of his men could stand against him. On the hilltop where he waited, Oisin was growing more and more anxious as the night wore on to dawn, and Fichna and Insa did not return, and he said to Diarmid O'Dina, This was in my mind also, and I think I will be taking a walk down to the hostel of the Quicken Trees, and see that all is well down there, said Diarmid. And I also, said Fotla, and so they went together by the way the others had taken, but before they reached the Quicken Trees, they heard the clash of weapons somewhere ahead of them. That is Fichna, Diarmid said, for I know his war shout, and he is beset. They began to run side by side, and coming on this last lift of the ground, saw the fort below them in the grey dawn light, clogged with dead men. And Fichna and Medak locked in single combat, thigh deep in the water, and at the same instant they saw that Fichna was hard pressed and sore wounded, sheltering behind his shield and beginning to give back. Still running, with his heart bursting in his breast, Fotla cried out, Diarmid, you spear! We cannot reach him in time! Throw, man! Your aim is truer than mine! In this light I may hit the wrong man. You never missed your throw. It is the only chance. And so, without slackening his headlong spear, Diarmid set his finger to the silken loop of his spear and threw. The spear flew straight to its mark. It took Medak below the breastbone and stood out a head span behind his back. But he yelled and thrust forward like a boar pierced by the hunter's spear. And the moment before Diarmid and Fotla reached him, he had made a last mighty sword stroke, and Fichna went down before it, while Medak, his last strength gone, crashed forward across the young warrior's body. Diarmid stood looking at Fichna's body lying in the shallows of the ford. Then he put out his foot and rolled Medak aside. The last of life still lingered in the Lachlan prince, and he groaned. If I had found you dead, I would have passed you by, Diarmid said. But since I find you living, your head shall make some little payment to Finn McCool for his son's death. And with one quick stroke of his sword, he smote off Medic's head. Then, leaving Fotla to guard the ford, he turned and went up through the rocks toward the hostel of the quicken trees, swinging Medic's head by the hair as he went. When he reached the hostel, he shouted and hammered at the door, for the rage was still red in him, and Finn called to him, knowing his voice, "Keep out of this place, for it crawls with foul magic. But tell us who fought the last battle at the ford. We heard the shouting and the weapon clash, and we know nothing more." "Fianna, your son, fought that battle, single-handed against a whole warband." "And how is it with Fianna now?" "He is dead," said Diarmid. "Slaughtered when he was weary and sore wounded by Medic of Lachlan. I was too late to prevent it, but I have taken vengeance for him, and it is Medic's head that I have here in my hand." For a long time Finn was silent, and when at last he spoke, his voice was heavy with grief. "Victory and strength to you, Diarmid. Often have you been the saving of the Fianna when we were in sore straits, but never have I, the Fionn captain, or those with me, been in such deadly peril as this. For here we sit, held captive by enchantment, and nothing can free us save the blood of the 3 kings of the island of Torrent, if it be sprinkled while still warm on the ground all about us. Meanwhile, we are helpless, even to defend ourselves. Therefore, our only hope is that you shall guard the ford until sunrise, when surely the rest of the Fianna will have returned from their hunting and come to your aid." "Fotla is at the ford now," Diarmid said, "and he and I together will hold it against all comers, till 3 sunrises hence if need be." And he was turning away to the back to the ford, when Conan Mal let out a groan that checked him in his tracks. "Miserable was the hour when I came to this place, as cold as seashore ice and the earthen floor that holds me captive. But worst of all is to be so long without food or drink, while all the while there be food and wine for an army no further off than the dun of the island. Oh, Diarmid, if ever we took the oath of brotherhood that blinds all the Fianna, get me some of that food, for I can bear the hunger pains in my belly no more." Diarmid struck his spear butt to the ground. "An enemy war host seeks your deaths, and the deaths of Finn and all those with you in here, and only Fotla and myself to hold the fort against them. Is that not enough of work for 2 men? Must I leave Fotla to hold the fort alone while I go running my neck into a needless hazard to steal food for a glutton? If I were a maiden with blue eyes and golden hair, you would have made a different answer. But you have always hated me, and many an ill turn have you done me. And now you are well pleased that I should die of hunger in this place." "Oh, fine then," said Diarmid. "Let you stop this snapping and snarling, and I will try to get you food. Anything is better than to be made deaf by that wagging of the evil tongue in your mouth." He went back to Fotla and told him how the things stood, and that he must guard the ford alone for a while, and went on toward the dun of the island. It was low water, and the sand and shingle made a causeway so that he was able to reach the island almost dry-shod. And as he drew near, he heard loud, drunken voices, and all the uproar of a feast that was reached its height. And creeping to the door, he looked in, and saw the great hall crowded with warriors, and the king of the world with his own beside him in the high place, and many servants going to and fro with great charges of food, and drinking horns brimming with wine. Diarmid slipped through the outer doors and took his stand in the shadows of the porch, close beside the inner door, and waited his chance, sword in hand. Soon one of those servants passed close to him, and swift as a salmon's leap, Diarmid struck off his head and caught the wine horn from his hand as he fell, so that not a drop was spilled. Then, sheathing his sword, he walked unto the hall and straight to the high table, picked up one of the serving dishes, and went out through the great door into the night, bearing the food and drink with him. And in all the noise and drinking, no one noticed him, or wondered at what he did. When he reached the ford once more, he found Fotla asleep at the bank, and was half-minded to rouse him with a kick, but thinking to himself that the young warrior was worn out with toil and watching, he left him there and went up to the hostel with the food for Conan Mal. The next question was how to get the food to the fat warrior, but he managed it at last by tossing it into him piece by piece through a chink in the rotten wall, and when Conan had wolfed down the last mouthful, never so much as offering a bite to his leader and comrades, Diarmid got on the roof and broke a hole in the tattered thatch directly over where he sat captive in the floor, and poured the wine down into his great open mouth till it was gone to the last drop. Then Diarmid went back to the ford and found all quiet, and Fotla still asleep, and sat down beside him. When tidings of the death of Mythic and his war band reached the dun of the island, the three kings of the island to the torrent were filled with black fury that he had gone against Finn without telling them. It is our spells that hold him and his companions captive in the hostel of the quicken trees, they said, and ours by right is the killing. And now, before some other chieftain thinks to try his spear, we will go and do our own killing. So they gathered a strong war band and set out. They came to the ford and saw in the dim first light of day the shape of a warrior standing guard on the farther side. With his voice they called to him to know who he was. Back came the answer, I am Diarmid O'Dina, and one of the champions of Finn McCool, and I wait here to hold the ford against all comers. At first they tried speaking him fair, bidding him to leave the ford, and no harm should come to him. But Diarmid would have none of that. Finn and his companions are under my shield till sunrise, and I do not stir from this place where I live. Then the foremost of the enemy rushed upon Diarmid, but he stood against them as a rock stands against a boiling sea, and struck them down as they came. More and more of them thrusting toward into the gaps left by their fallen comrades. And in the midst of battle, Fotla started up from his sleep and glaring wildly about him, caught up his sword. He shouted to Diarmid, furious that the other had not wakened him, but Diarmid bade him keep his anger for their foes, and Fotla ran upon them so that they went down before him like ripe barley before a hailstorm. Then the three kings, seeing their men falling left and right, set up a great yelling, and themselves charged into the ford. Diarmid met them, and they fought together until their shields were hacked and their war gear broken, and their hot blood ran down. and one by one Diarmid slew the three kings, while Fotla with his sword play held the enemy off from him. When all was over, the two champions stood breathing in great gasp and bleeding from a score of wounds. And then Diarmid remembered what Finn had told him as to the breaking of the spell, and he cut off the heads of the three kings and knotted them together by their hair, and then Fotla behind him went back to the hostel of the quicken trees. As they grew nearer, Finn shouted to them from within, desperate to know the outcome of the latest fighting, and Diarmid shouted back, "Well and truly have we held the ford, Fotla and I. We have slain the three kings of the island of the torrent, and I hold their three heads warmly bleeding in the hollow of my shield. Now shall I bring them to you? Victory and strength to you. Never had the Fianna of Erin two more valiant champions. Let you sprinkle some of the blood on the door." Diarmid did as he was bid, and the crimson drops spattered upon the timbers. The door crashed back, and he saw Finn and his companions still captive upon the floor. Diarmid made all haste to sprinkle the ground about them, and as the bright drops fell hissing upon the earth, each of the captives groaned and struggled to his feet, weary and stiff, but not free. They flung their arms about the two champions in thankfulness, but the danger was not yet past. For though they were indeed loosed from magic bonds, Finn and his companions had scarcely more strength than hour-old calves. Not until the sun rises clear of these hills, and the last of the foul magic falls away, shall we have strength to draw sword, Finn groaned. Therefore, the ford is still yours to guard, my brothers. Hold until sunrise, and then we shall surely come to relieve you. So Diarmid and Fotla went back to the ford yet one time more. After the last fighting, the few of the enemy to escape carried word of what happened back to the dun of the island. Then Borba the Haughty rose up and said, "It must be that the island of the torrent breeds feeble warriors. Now I will take my own men and avenge the death of so many of the war host, and I will bring back the head of Finn McCool to lay at my father's feet." For those who brought back word of the battle did not know that Finn and his companions were freed, though still lacking all their strength. So Borba gathered the boldest and best of his warriors and set out, and came to the ford. Diarmid and Fotla saw them coming, a black spear-barbed mass of warriors behind their shields, and felt the ground shake as they drew near. And knew that sorely outnumbered as they had been before, never until now had such a war host as this come down to the ford. And Diarmid spake quickly to young Fotla beside him. Now is the time for cunning and wariness more than for valor. When they try to rush us, do not be troubling too much to kill, but to keep yourself in one piece behind your shield. For the longer we can hold them in weapon play, the more chance we have of victory. With the sky already bright in the east, and Finn himself coming to our aid with the sunrise. So the two champions fought a waiting fight there at the ford, crouched behind their battered shields, against the dark wave of warriors that crashed upon them. Sometimes they slew, but more often they parried, and never did they yield back a toe's length of ground. The sky grew light, and lighter yet, and at last the sun rose clear of the hills, and like an old cloak, the spell-classed weakness fell from the men, and waited among the quicken trees. "Now!" cried Finn, and they drew their weapons and sprang up like the sun, and ran for the ford. while the swiftest among them set off like the March wind to take the call for help to Oisin at Knockferna. Diarmid said to Fotla, still fighting their waiting battle at the ford, heard the war shout behind him and a rush of feet, and knew that Finn and his companions had come, and their hearts leapt within them as they drove home their own attack. But the enemy sprang to meet them, and the fighting thickened to a red tempest of blows, and in the midst of it, Gol MacMorna and the proud young prince came together, and as they fought, Gol's battle fury rose until nothing and no man could stand against him, and with one last mighty blow he hacked the head from Borba's shoulders and sent it bounding across the water like a boy skimming stones on a pond. And when they saw their leader drop, Borba's warriors lost heart and began to yield, and one of their number sprang back and sped his way to the dun of the island, shouting to censor of the battles how his son was slain and his war host hard pressed by Finn himself, and beginning to give ground. And the king of the world, leaving his grief for a later time, rose and summoned his whole war host to the very last fighting man, and marched for the ford with vengeance in his heart. All the Fianna had returned from their hunting and were with Oisin when Finn's messenger reached the camp on Knockferna and pointed out his whole terrible story. And instantly every man caught up his weapons and marched for the hostel of the quicken trees. They came in sight of the ford just as the king of the world came down towards it from the far side, and when they saw each other, both war hosts checked to put themselves into battle array. The Fianna divided off their 5 bands, and Finn himself at the head of Clan Basna leading the Leinstermen, and Gol leading Clan Morna and the Connacht companies. They advanced, each man with his long spear in his hand and his sword loose in its sheath, and they advanced. So the war host of the king of the world advanced, darkening all the hillside with their numbers. When they came within range, the spear throwers began to fly between them, and great gaps were torn in the ranks of either side before ever the battle joined. Then they drew their swords and rushed upon each other, meeting in the midst of the ford, and the water boiling all about them with the thresh of battle. Finn seemed in all places at once, his great voice as a war horn above the tumult, and wherever he was men gathered fresh strength and courage, and thrust before, scattering their enemies before them. But the king of the world was encouraging his own men in the same way, and wherever his silken standard flew, they in their turn gathered heart and flung themselves afresh upon the Fianna. And now young Osca, son of Oisin, pausing an instant to rest on his sword, saw the king's standard and the surge that followed it, and his heart burst into flame within him, and with a great shout he rushed upon the warriors who surrounded the king. When Censor the battle saw him coming, he ordered his bodyguard to stand back, and a grim joy lifted his heart, for there would be a fine vengeance in slaying this grandson of Finn's with his own hands. And at first sight Osca seemed so slight and so young that he thought the vengeance would be easy. So he waited till Osca was almost upon him, and then sprang forward to make an end swiftly. Osca was taken by surprise and yielded back, then gathered himself and stood his ground, giving blow for blow until the clash of their blades rang all up and down the river, and the sparks flew as though from a forge fire, and even the battle-locked warriors all about them checked to watch, and for a while it seemed that Osca could make no headway against the king. Then the young champion called in his heart on the valor of his forefathers, and strung himself for one mighty effort, and swung his sword and brought it sweeping sideways in a blow that sheared through mail and buckler, so that the king's head leapt from his shoulders and went downstream after his sons. At the sight, the Fianna set up a triumphant shout and again surged forward, and before this new assault the foreign war host braved back, and broke and streamed away with the Fiann warriors baying at their heels and slaughtering as they went. Only a handful of the enemy escaped to the coast and their ships, to carry back to their own country words of the death of their king and his whole war host. Chapter 11. Diarmid and Grania. Now at the time of this story, Finn was beginning to grow old, and his second wife, Menissa, daughter of Garrod of the Black Knee, was some while dead, and he began to wish to take a third wife, for when he had no woman beside him, he remembered Saba, the mother of Oisin, too well. Oisin understood this, and said to him one day, "If you wish for another wife, my father, why be without one? There is not a maiden worth the having in all Green Erin who will not think herself happy if you crook your little finger at her." Then daring Macdoba, who had the inner sight, said, "If you could, I could name you a maiden and always worthy to be your wife." "And who is she?" "She is Grania, daughter of Cormac the High King, and the most beautiful of all the maidens of Erin." "Then let you and Oisin go to Tara and ask the High King for the maiden to sit at my hearth," said Finn, not caring which way the thing went. So Oisin and Daring set out for Tara, and were made welcome by Cormac the High King. But when they told him their errand, he said, "There is scarcely a prince or chieftain in all Erin who has not come seeking my daughter in marriage, and she has refused them all, and made it seem that it was I who refused them. She has made me more than enough enemies thereby, and I am weary of it. Ask her yourselves, so this time at least I shall not get the blame if she refuses." Then he took them to the women's apartments on the sunny side of the palace, and there they found the princess, tall and dusky fair as a white-throated foxglove, sitting on a couch with all her maidens about her, stringing beads of yellow amber into a girdle. And when they had told her their errand from Finn McCool, she went on stringing the amber beads, and said, closely, without much thought to the matter, "If he seems a worthy son-in-law to you, my father, then I suppose he will do well enough for a husband for me." So Oisin and Daring returned to Almu the White Walls, with word for Finn that the Princess Grania had accepted him, and he was to go to Tara in 2 weeks' time to bring away his bride. The 2 weeks passed, and with the chiefs and champions of the Fianna for his bodyguard, and never was any man having a prouder or more splendid bodyguard, Finn rode to Tara to claim his bride. Cormac the king greeted them with honor, and that night there was feasting in the high hall of Tara. And at the feasting the high king sat in his chair of state, with the queen at his left hand and Finn at his right, and Grania sat beside the queen her mother. And while it could be seen that Finn turned often in his seat for a glimpse of Grania after their first meeting, she scarcely looked at him at all. Dara of the Poems, one of Finn's druids, sat at her left, and presently she began to talk to him. "This is a fine company gathered in my father's hall, but save for Oisin I know none of them, being so newly judged old enough to come out from the women's court at times like these. Tell me then, who is the grim old warrior with one eye?" "That is Golmac Morna, the terrible in battle," said Dara. "And the young champion on his right?" "That is Osca, the son of Oisin." "Who then is the chief built like a greyhound?" that is Kilta Macronan, the swift-footed. Grania was silent a moment. Then she asked, "And the champion with the dark hair and the fair skin, and the mole on his brow, who looks as though he could be both gentle and terrible? Who is that one?" "That is Diarmid O'Dina, Diarmid of the Love Spot. Do not look too hard, for it is said that all women who look his way are apt to fall in love with him." But Grania went on looking, and presently she called one of her handmaidens to her and said, "Go and fetch me the chaste drinking horn from my chamber," and then whispered something in her ear, which was heard by no other soul. And when the girl brought it, no one except Grania saw that a few drops of blood-red liquid already in the bottom of the horn. She filled it to the brim from the great wine vat of the table, and gave it back to her maiden, saying, "Take this to Finn McCool from me, and tell him that I would have him drink from my own horn." Finn took the cup and drank, bending his head to her, then passed the wine horn on the High King, and drank likewise, and passed it to his queen. And after that Grania bade her maiden take it to the prince her brother, Cairbre of the Liffey, and on and so on and on, until all who she wished had drunk from the horn, and in a little while a soft deep sleep fell upon them all. Then Grania rose from her seat, and walked straight down the hall, and sat beside herself Diarmid, and looking into his eyes said, "Diarmid O'Dina, if I were to give you my love, would you give me yours to fill the place it left empty in my heart?" Diarmid straightened at the table, and his eyes flew wide. For the one moment before he was on guard against her, his heart leapt with joy, like a bird waking in his breast. Then he remembered his duty to his chief. The maiden who is Finn McCool's cannot be Diarmid O'Dina's. Grania lowered the white lids over her eyes and looked on the floor, but she never thought of giving up what she had so suddenly found. "I know that was your duty, and not your heart that spoke, or I should not be daring to say more. But you see how it is with me. Finn is a great hero, and any maiden would be honored to be sought by him. But he is as old as my father, and I do not love him. You, who are young as I am, must surely pity me. And listen, when I beg you to save me from becoming his wife." Then Diarmid was sore troubled, for indeed his love had gone out from him to the Princess Grania, and to hear her plead for his help and to have to refuse it was like a knife turning in a wound. But he still held firm to his loyalty and answered her coldly, "You made the choice of your own free will. And if you cannot see that a man is not less worth loving because he has soldiered through more years than another man, what is that to me?" And then he burst out, "And even if I were to be as false to him as you, and did as you would have me do, there is not a fastness in all in Erin that would go shelter us from the wrath of Finn." So, said Grania. "I've tried one way. Now I shall try another. I lay you under Gias, under the bounds that no hero may break and save his honor and his soul, that you take me with you out of Tara before Finn and his companions waken from their sleep." She rose to her feet. "At moonrise I will be waiting for you at the wicket gate that leads out from the women's court. If you do not come, I will fly from Tara alone, but the Gias I leave on your head." And turning, she left the hall. Diarmid turned to the few friends close to him, who had not been given the drugged wine, and who had sat in silence, seeing and hearing all that went on. "Oisin, what am I to do?" Oisin said, My heart is heavy to be saying it, but no man may break the bonds of Gias. Break your faith with my father, but beware of his vengeance afterward. And Dearman turned to Osca, Oisin's son. For young as he was, his counsel as well as his weapon skill was well worth having. It is a sorry champion who breaks his Gias, and the shadow of a man he will be afterwards. Kilta Macronan, what counsel do you give me? Follow the princess, Kilta said, for indeed she would make an ill wife for Finn, but run swiftly and do not be checking to look back. Last of all, Dearman turned to Daring, his closest friend and sworn sword brother. If you go with the Princess Grania, Daring said, and they knew by his face that a flash of the sight was on him, your death will come of it. Yet the man who breaks such a Gias is not worthy to have lived at all. So Dearman rose and took his sword from where it hung behind him and slung it on. He took his leave of the men who had been his friends since he came to manhood, knowing that he would never hunt with them, nor sit at supper, nor fight at shoulder's touch with them ever again. All that was ended because of Grania. He went out to the wicket gate. Outside the gate, Grania was waiting with a dark cloak thrown about her. Go back, he said. No one yet knows what has passed, save for a few who are my friends and will not speak of it. Go back, and there's no one else will ever know. But Grania said, I will not go back. I will go with you, because you have my heart in your breast. So Diarmid gave up the struggle and said, If you will have it so, then I will have it so, and no man shall take you from me. They went westward and westward until they reached the Shannon ford, and there Diarmid took Grania up in his arms and carried her across, so that not the sole of her foot nor the trailing hem of her mantle were wetted. They went upstream a mile, and then turned southwest till they came to the wood of the two tents, and in the thick heart of the wood Diarmid cut green branches with his sword and wove them into a cabin for Grania, and while she rested there, he brought her water from a nearby spring in his war-cap, and hunted for her that she might eat and drink. Early next morning the king and his household and his guests roused from their sleep, and found Diarmid and Grania flown. Then wild jealousy seized on Finn, and he sent for his trackers, men of the Clen Navan, and bade them follow on Diarmid's track. The Clan Navan men followed the trail to the Shannon ford and upriver to the place where Diarmid and Grania had turned southwest. Then they smelled the ground and took note of the grass blade lying over, and found a single strand of dark wool on a briar spray, and said to Finn, Easy enough now, for the trail runs straight towards the wood of the two tents. So Finn bade the trackers go ahead, while he and the rest of the Fianna followed on behind, and the trackers pushed forward, running low like hounds on the trail, until they came to the wood and the thickest part of the wood, and there they found a fenced enclosure. For Diarmid had cleared a space around his hut, and surrounded it by a stockade that no man could pierce, and seven narrow sapling-woven doors it had, facing 7 different ways into the wood. One of the trackers climbed a tree from which he could look into the enclosure, and then went back and told Finn, halted at the edge of the woods, that there was a fenced enclosure in the thick of the trees, and that Diarma O'Dina was inside it, with a woman whose hair was as dark as his own. That will be Grania, sure enough, Finn said grimly, and ordered his men forward. So they came back to the heart of the wood and the enclosure, and spread out to surround it. And within the stockade, Grania heard what was going forward, and trembled and fell to wild and silent weeping. And Diarmid kissed her 3 times and promised her that she need not fear, for all would be well with them. Now Angus-Og, the most wise and fair and skilled in magic of the Danann Lord, was Diarmid's foster father, as he had been told before, and loved him like a son. And he knew by his magic art that Diarmid was in deadly peril, and he came from the Boyne, speeding on the wings of the south wind, with his crown of wild swans flying about his head, and was suddenly in the enclosure in the midst of the wood of the 2 tents. Diarmid's heart leapt up at the sight of his foster father, and he would have flung his arms about him, but Angus said only, "What is this that you have done, fosterling?" And Diarmid told him all the story in as few a words as might be, with the Fianna moving outside the stockade. When he had finished, Angus-Og said, "It is an ill story, and I'm thinking it will have an ill end. But not yet. Let the 2 of you come under my mantle, and take each a corner of it, and I will bring you out from this place, no man knowing." But Diarmid took his head. "Take Grania under your mantle. But for me, I will find my own way out and follow you. But if I should be killed, take the princess back to her father, and bid him to treat her neither better nor worse for having chosen me." So Angus flung his mantle over Grania, his mantle that was blue as the summer sky, or the flowers of the blue-eyed grass, and telling Diarmid where to follow, leapt up once more invisibly into the wind. When they had gone, Diarmid took his sharp spears in his hands, and went to the nearest of the 7 doors, and demanded to know who was outside it. Oisin and Osca came to answer, "And with us none but Clan Basca. Come out to us, and none will harm you." "I will not come out to bring trouble upon you for your friendship to me," said Diarmid, and he went and asked the same question at the 2nd door. "Kealta Mac Ronan and the Clan Ronan, come out this way, and find none but friends." "It is not that I will bring trouble on the hands of my friends," said Diarmid, and went to the 3rd door. "Conan of the Grey Rushes, and Fertari the son of Gol MacMorna, and the Clan Morna, none of us best of friends with Ben, though we serve under his banner." And Diarmid went to the 4th door. "A close comrade of yours is here, one of the Munster Fianna. We are from the same hunting runs, you and I, and if need be, I and my men will fight to the death for you." And Diarmid went to the 5th door. "Finn, the son of Glor Loudvoice, with me the Ulsterman, come out to us, and we shall kill you if we catch you, but we will take care not to see you pass." And Diarmid went to the 6th door. "Clan Navan, watching for you like dogs at a rat hole. We are Finn's men. Come out to us, and be a mark for our spears." "My spears are for warriors. I do not foul them with the blood of shoeless, trail-sniffling vagabonds." And he went to the 7th door and demanded, "Who stands outside?" "Finn, the son of Cool, the son of Trinmor O'Basna, and with me the Leinster Fianna," came back the voice of Finn himself. "Open the door and come out to me now, and we will carve your flesh from your sinews, and your sinews from your bones." "This is my chosen door," cried Diarmid, and he bent himself onto his spears and sprang aloft in a mighty hero's leap, out over the stockade and over the waiting warriors beyond, and with another bound was taken beyond reach of their weapons, while they were still too shaken with surprise to follow. Then he sped away southward, never halting until he reached the wood of the 2 Swallows near Limerick.
and there he found Angus and Grania in a warm hut, roasting a wild boar on hazel spits over a blazing fire. Grania sprang up with a cry of joy when he appeared, and ran to fling her arms about him and draw him to the fire. So they ate their fill and slept in peace until morning. Then Angus rose with the green dawn full of bird song and took his leave of them. Finn will never be turned aside from his vengeance, said he, for he grows old, and it is bitter for an old man to lose his bride to a young one. Therefore remember this advice which I leave with you. Go not into a tree with only one trunk, nor carve into a cave with only one opening. Where you cook your food, do not bide to eat it in the same place, and where you bide, do not sleep. And where you sleep tonight, do not sleep tomorrow night. When Angus was gone, Diarmid and Grania went on westward till they reached the stream of the champions. Here they rested, and Diarmid speared a salmon and built a fire on the near bank and fixed the salmon on hazel rods to broil. And when it was cooked, he carried both it and Grania across the water bank before they ate. And when the meal was done, they moved further west before lying down to sleep, for they remembered the warning of Angus Og. So they went on, moving always about and about the country, and never settling half a day in one place, lest Finn should come upon with them, until at last they came to the forest of Duros in the district of High Fianna in Sligo, which was guarded by a giant named Sharvan the Surly. Now this is how Sharvan the Surly came to have the forest of Duros under his guardianship. Once the Donnans and the Fianna played a game of hurley together among the lakes of Killarney. They played for 3 days and 3 nights, and neither could win a single goal from the other. And at the end of the time, the Donnans, finding that they could not overcome the Fianna, abandoned the game and went northward in a body. The Donnans had for food during the game and the journey crimson nuts and arbutus apples and scarlet quickenberries, which they brought with them from the land of promise. These were magic, and the Donnans took great care that no nut nor apple nor berry should touch the mortal soil of Erin. But as they were going through the forest of Duros, a single scarlet quickenberry fell to the ground unnoticed. From this berry grew a mighty quicken tree, and with it as much magic to it as ever there was a quicken tree of fairyland, for the berries tasted like honey, and if a man were 160 years old, he had only to eat 3 of the berries to return to his prime. When the Donnans found what had happened, they sent a giant of their own people, Sharvan the Surly, to keep guard on it, so that no mortal man should eat the magic berries. Sharvan made a powerful protector for the tree. He was huge and strong and very ugly, with only one eye, and that a fiery red one in the middle of his forehead. And he was so skilled in magic arts, fire could not burn him, water could not drown him, and weapon could not wound him. Indeed, the only way he could be killed at all was by 3 blows with his own iron-bound club. All day he sat at the foot of the tree, and at night he slept in a hut high in its branches. In this land Diarmid knew that he and Grania might be safe from Finn, for Sharvan allowed no one, especially the Fianna, to hunt in the forest of Duros. So leaving Grania in hiding at a safe distance, he went boldly to Sharvan sitting at the foot of the quicken tree, and asked his leave to live in Duros and hunt there for himself and his woman. The giant turned his one red eye on him, and answered shortly and harshly that he might live and hunt where he pleased, so long as he never made a single move to touch a single berry of the quickened tree. So Diarmid built a hunting bothy and set up a stockade around it, and there for a while he and Grania lived in peace and safety. Finn did not abandon his pursuit of them, but he let it lie for a while and went back to his own place, to Almu of the White Walls. And there came to him one day 2 splendid seeming young warriors who bowed low before him. And when he asked what brought them to Almu, the eldest said, I am Angus, the son of Art MacMorna, and here beside me is Aid, the son of Andala MacMorna. Our fathers fought against yours in the Battle of Nucha, for which, later, you slew them and outlawed us their sons, which was scarcely just, seeing that our fathers were but boys in the fighting time, and we were not born until many years after the battle. But now we have come to ask that you make peace with us and give us our fathers' places in the ranks of the Fianna. That I will do, said Finn, but first you shall pay me the death fine for my father. Gladly would we pay, if we could, said the young man, but we have neither gold nor silver nor cattle. And Finn said, the fine that I ask is not of gold or silver or cattle. Of what then, great captain? I ask only one of 2 things, the head of Diarmid O'Dina, or a handful of berries from the fairy quicken tree that glows in the forest of Duros. I have good counsel for you, said Oisin, standing by his father's side as he spoke kindly. Go back to the place you came from, and forget that ever you came seeking peace with Finn McCool and places in the Fianna. We would rather die in seeking this death fine which the Fian Lord demands than go back to the place we came from, defeated before even making the chance. So they set out. They found the wood of the 2 Solos, and from there they followed the trail to the forest of Duros, and so came at last to the hunting bothy. Diarmid, inside with Grania, heard their voices, and snatching up his spear, went to the door and demanded who was there. We are Angus, son of Art MacMorna, and Aid, the son of Andala MacMorna, and we come from Almu of the White Walls to get for Finn McCool the head of Diarmid O'Dina, or a handful of berries from the quickened tree of Duros, for that is the death fine he demands of us, because our fathers had a hand in the slaying of his father. Diarmid laughed, but somewhat grimly. Alas, I am Diarmid O'Dina, and I'll not be giving you my head, for I have a use of it myself. And as for the berries, they will be so hard to come by as my head, for you will have to fight the giant Sharvan for them, he who can neither be burned in the fire, nor drowned with water, nor wounded with blade. But since you must be taking one of the other, which will you try for first? We will first try for your head. So they made ready for the fight. They agreed to fight with their bare hands and laid aside their weapons. And they agreed that if the sons of Clan Morna were the winners, they should have Diarmid's head to take back to Finn. And if Diarmid won, he should have their heads to hang on the room beam of his bothy. They then set to, but the fight was a short one, and though Diarmid took them both together, they were soon overcome and at his mercy. Now for a long while past, Grania had been filled with longing to taste the magic quickenberries, and until this day she had not spoken of her craving, for she knew the trouble that would come of it if she did.
But when the fight was over and the two young men bound and helpless, she told Diarmid how much she longed for the berries, and three of you might succeed in overcoming the giant, where one of you could not, she said. You do not know what you ask, Diarmid told her, standing over his captives. Our sanctuary here depends on the friendship of Sharvan, and if I steal for you those berries, that is his life to guard. It will surely be the death of both of us. Indeed, I do know, and so I have fought against my longing, Grania said. Yet it grows greater day by day, and I think that if I do not taste these berries, I shall die in any case. Diarmid was filled with grief and foreboding, but stronger than these were his fear that harm could come to Grania if she did not get the berries. So at last he said, Well enough then, I will get you the berries, but I will be going alone for them. And when the two young men heard this, they cried out from the ground, Unbind us, and we will go with you. It is little enough help that you would be to me, Diarmid said. And in any case, this that I go on is my fight. Then let us come and stand by to watch, pleaded the young men. For surely this will be fighting such as we have not seen before. And in the end, Diarmid agreed and unbound them, and went to the quickened tree with the two following close behind him. He found the giant sleeping, and roused him by a blow with the flat of his sword. Sharvan glared up at him with his one red eye. What is it you want, that you cannot let me sleep? The Princess Grania, my wife, longs for a taste of the quicken berries from the tree you guard, and if she does not get them, assuredly she will die. Therefore I pray you give me a few berries to save her life. Not one berry. Not if she lay before me dying at this moment, growled the giant. Diarmid moved a step nearer and drew his sword. Because you have dealt fairly by us, I have awakened you to ask for the berries, instead of stealing them while you slept. But before I leave this place, I will have them, whether you will or not. Then the giant sprang up and seized his club and aimed 3 mighty blows at Diarmid, but he only just managed to turn at the uplifting shield, and he knew that Sharvan expected him to attack with his sword, so he flung it aside and the shield with it, and leaping in beneath the giant's guard, twisting his arms about the huge body, and leaving with all his might, flung him over his shoulder and crashed to the ground. Then he seized the giant's great iron club, and with it dealt him 3 mighty blows that drove the life out of him, like the wind from a goatskin bellows. Diarmid sat down, far spent and sore at heart, and when the sons of Morna came up, loud with rejoicing, bade them drag the giant aside into the thick of the trees, and bury him. Then Grania also came, and Diarmid reached up and picked the glowing berry clusters for her until she had eaten her fill. Then he filled more clusters and gave them to the sons of Morna, saying, Take these to Finn, and tell him that it was you who slew the giant Sharvan. Oh, thanks to you, Diarmid O'Dina, said Angus. We could never have gotten for ourselves the berries to pay the death fine, and though our heads are forfeit to you, you have most generously left them on our shoulders. And so then they went their way. But Diarmid and Grania, now that Sharvan was dead and their safety lost to them, left the hunting bothy and lived in the hut which the giant had built among the branches of the quicken tree, where they were completely hidden from the ground. The 2 young warriors came back to Almu the White Walls and stood before Finn with the bright berries in their hands and told him, Sharvan the giant is dead, and here are the berries from the quicken tree of Doros, the agreed death fine for your father Cool. Finn took the berries and smelled them 3 times. These are indeed the berries of the magic quicken tree, but they have been in the hands of Diarmid O'Dina, for I smell his touch on them. It was Diarmid, not you, who slew Sharvan and gathered these berries. His voice grew cold and terrible. You did not get my father's death fine by your own strength and cunning, and you made friendship between yourselves and my sorest enemy. No peace did you get from me, nor a place among the Fianna. And he called together the Leinster Fianna and marched into High Ficna to the forest of Duros. The trackers found Diarmid's trail to the foot of the quicken tree, and they found the magic berries unguarded and ate their fill from the lower branches. We have marched long and the day is hot, said Finn. I will rest a while here in the shade, for well I know that Diarmid is somewhere in the branches over our heads and cannot be escaping us while we keep the trees surrounded. Surely you are crazed with jealousy, my father, Oisin protested, if you think that Diarmid has waited for you, knowing that you must trail him here. But Finn took no notice, and called for a chessboard and bade Oisin play with him. They played until the game reached a point at which Oisin thought he was beaten. But Finn said, You could win this game with one move more, Oisin, my son, but I challenge you to find what move it is. And Oisin frowned at the board and could not see any move that would help him. Then Diarmid, who had been watching the game through the branches from his hiding place above, thought to himself, Many times have you helped me, Oisin, my sword brother, and shall I not be helping you now? And he plucked a single berry and tossed it down with such skillful aim that it struck one of Oisin's chessmen and bounced off to a certain square on the board. And Oisin moved that piece to the square where the quickened berry lay as bright as a bead of red coral, and with that move he won the game. And they played a second time, and again they reached a point at which Oisin could not win the game with one move, and only one. He could not for the life of him see what the move should be. And again Diarmid dropped a berry that struck one of the chessmen and flicked off on to a certain square of the board, and again Oisin moved that piece to the square where the quickened berry lay red as a hot spark, and won the game. And a third time they played and reached the same pass, and a third time Diarmid dropped a quickened berry that struck and bounced off one of the pieces, and Oisin moved that piece to the square where the fallen berry lay red as a drop of blood, and won that game also. You've become a better chess player than you used to be, said Finn. As good as Diarmid O'Dina. Or is it that Diarmid is guiding you from the branches above us? And he flung back his angry head and shouted, Are you there then, Diarmid O'Dina? And Diarmid answered, for it was against his honor to keep silence when his old captain asked directly, I am here, Finn McCool, and with me the Princess Grania, my wife. And looking up, they all saw him plainly, looking down at him through a gap in the leafy branches. Then Grania, understanding their deadly danger, began to tremble and weep. And indeed she had good cause, for Finn now ordered his warriors to surround the tree in a circle, and another circle outside that, and another outside again, and so on until there was a broad band many warriors deep all around the quicken tree, hands linked so as to leave no gap which a hair could have escaped. And he offered fine body armor and weapons, and a higher place than he already held in the Fianna, to any man who would climb the tree and bring down the head of Diarmid O'Dina. Up sprang Garva of the Sleeve Kua. I'm your man. Diarmid's father slew my father, and now it is time for vengeance. And he began to climb the tree. But at that instant the knowledge came to Agnesog at Brug na Boina that his foster son was in deadly peril.
And he spread his cloak and took the wings of the autumn wind. And the Fianna on guard about the quickened tree saw no more than a shadow as of wild swans flying overhead. But Diarmid and Grania saw to their joy and relief the tall Donnan chieftain standing between them. And as Garva climbed from branch to branch drew near, Diarmid struck out at him with his foot and sent him crashing to the ground. And Agnesog put the likeness of Diarmid upon him even as he fell, and the Fianna struck his head off almost before he reached the ground. But a moment later a cry of grief and rage rose from them as the body resumed its true likeness, and they knew who it was they had slain. Then another champion came forward to climb the tree, and another, and each of them Diarmid and Angus dealt with the same way, until 9 headless bodies lay at the foot of the quicken tree, and Finn was half mad with grief and rage. Then Angus said that the thing had gone on long enough, and he would take them out of that place out of danger. But Diarmid replied much as he had done in the Wood of the Two Tents. Let you take Grania, but as for me, I will fight my own way out. Then he kissed Grania tenderly and said, If I live till evening, I will follow you, and if not, then Angus, my foster father, shall take you safe back to Tara. And Angusog flooding his cloak over Grania and was gone. The Fianna, seeing nothing but a movement of beating of wild swan's wings against the sky, and so bore her off to the safety of Brugnaboyna. Left alone, Diarmid looked up his spears and shouted to Finn, Never was the Fianna in danger that I did not share it. When we went into battle, I went first, but came last when we left the field. But I see now that you will never turn from this hunting trail until I am slain. And why should I fear death more now than on some later day? Therefore I am coming down to you out of this tree. But it is fair warning I'm giving you, that I shall slay as many of the Fianna as I can lay blade to, aye, or my naked hands for that matter, before they pull me down to my death. So now, have my life if you will, and pay for it dearly with the lives of your men. Then Osca spoke up. Finn, my grandfather, Diarmid speaks truly of the perils he shared with you and of all of us, and of his place in battle. Forgive him for the ill-doing that was forced upon him, for already he has suffered enough. My peace and forgiveness be upon Diarmid when I have his head, said Finn. Then I, Osca, take his safety upon myself, and if any man harm Diarmid O'Dina while he has shelter of my shield, may the green earth open and swallow me. May the gray seas roll in and overwhelm me. May the stars of the sky fall upon me altogether and crush me out of life with their weight and brightness. And looking upon the tree, he shouted, Come down, Diarmid, and we will fight our way out of this together. But Diarmid chose the side of the tree where the men stood closest to the trunk and walked out, hidden by the leaves and bright berry clusters, along a thick branch until it began to dip and sway beneath them. Then he sprang out and down beyond the outermost circle of the waiting warriors, and leapt forward in a way as it had such speed that in 3 heartbeats of time he was beyond range of their spears, and in 7 heartbeats Osca was racing behind him, Osca looking back on the leadster Fianna with such a face that not one man dared to come after them. So the 2 heroes held on their way until they came at last to Brugnaboyna and found Agnes and Grania waiting for them. As for Finn, sick with rage, he went back to the hill of Almu and bade his best and swiftest warboat to be made ready and provisioned for a long voyage. And when all was done as he had ordered, He went on board, and nothing more is known of him until he came to the land of promise, where his two foster mothers now lived. He went to the one of them who was a druidess and possessed the wise craft, which folk call witchcraft nowadays, and told her all that had passed and begged her help. For, said he, it is beyond the strength and cunning of men to slay this Diarmid. Nothing save magic can touch him. Whatever you wish done, I will do, and whoever you wish harmed, I will harm for your sake, said the witch woman. For are you not my fosterling, and do I not love you better than any woman loved child of her own? And next day she returned with him to Erin to Brunnaboyna, and no man saw them come, for she flung about them a magic mist, such as the druid kind were used to weave. It chanced that day that Diarmid hunted in the woods alone, for Osca, having companied with him till he was in seeming safety, had returned to this place among the Finn chiefs. And when the witch woman knew that, she took a water lily leaf and made a singing magic over it, so that it became a broad, flat millstone with a hole in the center. And seating herself upon this, she rose into the air, floating over the treetops until she came directly over where Diarmid was. Then, standing up on the millstone, she began to aim little poisoned darts at him through the hole in the middle of it. The darts pierced Diarmid's hunting leathers and his light shield as though they had been made of rotten birch bark, and each dart carried in its barbed point the sting of 100 angry hornets, so that Diarmid in his agony knew that unless he could slay the witch, and quickly, he must surely die. Then he seized the Goderg, his great spear, and leaning far back, launched it upwards with such deadly aim that it passed through the hole in the millstone and through the witch woman's body as she leaned forward to hurl another dart, and with a shriek she fell dead at his feet. And he twisted one hand in her long tangled grey hair and struck off her head, and took it back to Brunnaboyna, and told Angus and Grania what had passed. Then Angus judged that the time had come at last when Finn McCool might be ready to make peace, and the next morning he rose and went to the Finn captain on the hill of Almu, and asked him if he could not now bury their feud. And Finn, seeing that even witchcraft seemed unable to slay Diarmid, and that the quarrel had lost the lives of many of his men, and now even the life of his own foster mother, felt suddenly old and weary, and agreed to make peace. Then Angus went to Tarna, to Cormac MacArt, and asked if he too would give Diarmid peace and pardon for taking the Princess Grania. And Cormac pulled his beard and said that it was hard to make peace with the man who had carried off his daughter of his house from her rightfully betrothed husband, but none the less he would do it, if Cairbre, her son, would be king after him, was of the same mind. And Cairbre, who already hated Finn in his heart for his power in the land, and had been angry with a deep and secret anger that his sister should be given in marriage to the Finn captain, and so increase his power, said, the quarrel was never mine, and I had sooner have one Diarmid than 20 Finn McCools for marriage kin. I give neither peace nor pardon, for I never broke the one, and I see no need of the other. Tell Diarmid that I am no more and no less his friend than I have always been. And so Agnesog went back to Diarmid, his foster son, and said, peace is better than war. Will you now have peace from Finn McCool and from Cormac the High King, and believe that Cairbre, who will be High King after him, is no more and no less your friend than he always has been? Gladly will I do so, said Diarmid, but let them grant me conditions that befit a champion of the Fianna and the husband of the Princess Grania. And what condition are those? The lands that were my father's, the holding of Odina, without rent or tribute to the king or high king, and the holding of Bendamus and Leinster, these from Finn, and neither he nor the Fianna shall hunt over them without my leave, and from the high king the holding of Keshkaran as a dowry for my daughter. Finn and Cormac both agreed, and so the peace was made between them. So Diarmid and Grania built themselves a home in Keshkaran, far from the places where the king and heroes gathered, and they lived happily enough, and Grania bore 4 sons to Diarmid, and Diarmid grew rich in cattle, and all went well for them for many years. Whew. Chapter 12, Niam of the Golden Hair. One day, Finn and Oisin and a small company of the Fianna rode hunting among the lakes of Killarney. There were new faces among Finn's hunting companions, and some of the old ones lacking. Gol MacMorna, his faithful friend ever since the morning on the ramparts of Tara, where he had accepted the new Finn captain, had died the winter before, and Finn missed the grim old one-eyed champion, so that even the joys of the hunt seemed a little dulled because Gol was not hunting beside him. But the early summer morning was as fair as a morning of the land of youth, the dew lying gray on the grass, save where the rising sun made rainbows in it, the thorn trees curdled white with honey-scented blossom, and the small birds singing to draw the heart out of the breast. The deer fled from the thickets, and the hounds followed them in full cry, their music at last stirring even Finn's heart to gladness. But they had not long been at their hunting when they saw a horse and rider coming toward them from the west, and as they drew near, the waiting Fianna saw before them a maiden mounted on a white steed. She drew rein and she came up with them, and the whole hunting party stood amazed, for never before had any of them seen a sight so lovely. Her hair yellow was bound back by a slender golden diadem from a forehead as white as windflowers. Her eyes were blue as the morning sky, and clear as the dew sparkling on the fern fronds. Her mantle was of brown silk scattered with a sky full of golden stars, and he fell from her shoulders to brush the ground. Her white horse was shod with pure yellow gold, his proud neck arching as a wave in the instant before it breaks, and she sat him more gracefully than the white swan on the waters of Killarney. Finn broke the silence at last, bending his head before her in all courtesy. "Beautiful princess, for surely it is a princess you are, will you tell me your name and where you come from?" And she answered in a voice as sweet as the chiming of small crystal bells. "Finn McCool, captain of the Fianna of Erin. My country lies far off in the western sea. I am the daughter of the king of Tir na Nog, and I am called Niam of the Golden Hair. And what is it that brings you to the land of Erin so far from your home?" "My love for your son Oisin," said the maiden. So often as I heard of his grace and goodliness, his gentleness and valor, that my heart learned to love him, and for his sake I have refused all the chiefs and princes who have come seeking me in marriage, and for his sake now I have come on this far journey from Tir na Nog." When turning to see where Oisin stood close by, holding out her hand, she said, "Come with me to Tir na Nog, the land of the ever young. The trees of my land bear fruit and blossom and green leaves together all the year round, and sorrow and pain and age are unknown. You shall have 100 silken robes, each differently worked with gold, and 100 swift-pacing steeds, and 100 slender, keen-scenting hounds. You shall have herds of cattle without number, and flocks of sheep with fleeces of gold. A coat of mail you shall have, that no weapon ever pierced, and a sword that never missed its mark. 100 warriors shall follow you at your call. 100 harpers delight you with sweet music, and I will be your true and ever-living wife, if you will come with me to Tir na Nog. Oisin drew near and took her hands, and stood looking up at her out of those strange dark eyes of his that he had from his mother. Keep all these things you promised me, save only for the last. If you will be my true and loving wife, I will come with you, farther than to Tir na Nog. The Fianna looked to each other and back to Oisin. They protested in anger and grief, and Finn went forward and set his huge warrior's hand on his son's shoulder, and turned him so that he must look at him and away from Niam and the golden hair. Oisin, my son, do not go. If you wish for a wife, are there not women fair enough in Erin? She is my choice before all the women of the world, said Oisin. And Finn saw that the fairy blood that was in him from his mother was stronger now than the blood of mortal men, and that because of it he would go where Niam called. Then go, he said, for nothing that I can say, nor the voice of your son, nor the music of hounds can hold you. That I know. And O Oisin, my heart is heavy, for I shall never see you again. I shall come back, said Oisin. Surely I shall come back before long, and I shall come back often. And he flung his arms about his father's shoulders and strained him close. Then went from one to another of his friends, taking his leave of them all. Only Diarmid O'Dina was not there for his leave-taking. Lastly, he bade himself farewell to Osca his son, while all the while the maiden sat at her white horse waiting. Then he mounted behind her, and she shook the bridle, and the white horse broke forward into a gallop as swift as the west wind and smooth as silk, his 4 golden shoes seeming scarcely to bend the grasses beneath his hooves, until he reached the seashore, and his golden shoes left no mark on the white sand. And when he came to the edge of the waves, he neighed 3 times and took his head so that his mane flew like spray. Then he sprang forward, skimming over the waves with the speed of a homing swallow, and the distance closed in behind him, and the 2 on his back, so that those who watched from the green land saw them no more. Now this that I have told you is not yet the story of Oisin, but only the beginning of the story, for the end of it belongs to a later time. The end of it is the end of all this long and strange and tangled tale of Finn McCool and the Fianna of Erin. Chapter 13. The Death of Diarmid. The years went by, and the years went by, and in Diarmid's house in Keshkaran, Grania said to Diarmid one day, seeing the greatness of our household and the size of our herds and the number of our folk, it is fitting that we should live so cut off from the world? Is it fitting especially that the greatest man in all Erin, after the High King my father, Finn McCool, the captain of the Fianna, has never eaten salt nor drunk wine beneath our roof? You should be knowing the answer to that, said Diarmid. There is cold peace between Finn and me, but no man could say that there was friendship. That is why we live far off into ourselves, and why he has not set foot across our threshold. But Grania protested, surely after all these years the old quarrel is dead and over. Now let us bid him to a great feast, and try to win his full friendship back to us. And much against his will Diarmid yielded, as he always yielded to her wishes in the end. So they prepared a great feast, and when all was ready, they sent to invite Finn McCool with the chiefs and champions of the Fianna. And Finn came, and with him his household and companions and their horses and dogs, and they spent many days under the roof of Diarmid O'Dina, hunting and feasting. Only one quarry they never hunted, and that was the wild boar, for Diarmid was under Geas to never hunt boar. The reason for that Geas was a strange one indeed, and this was the way of it. It had been told before how Diarmid was reared at Brú na Bóinne as foster son to Agnes Og. Well, now Agnes had a steward, and Diarmid's mother, who had not always been faithful to her own lord his father, had borne this steward a son, and when Diarmid's father sent him to Brú na Bóinne for fostering, the steward's son was fostered with them, so that he might have a companion and not be lonely. This boy, of course, was his half-brother, as well as his foster-kin, because both had the same mother, though one was the son of the chieftain Don O'Doina, and the other was the son of Agnes Og's steward. One day Don came forth with a few others of the Fianna to visit Agnes Og and see how his son was doing. That evening, as they sat at supper, a fight broke out among the hounds in the hall. And the women and the children scattered, squealing, while the men waded in to stop the fight. In the confusion, the steward's son chased to run for shelter between Don's knees. Hatred flashed up in Don, remembering who was the boy's mother, and he shut his knees so fiercely that he killed the child on the spot. Then he threw the little boy under the feet of the hounds, no one seeing what had happened. When the fighting hounds were parted, the boy's body was discovered, and the steward snatched it up, crying with grief and fury that the hounds had slayed his son. But among the hunting party was Finn McCool himself. He was young then, and newly come to be captain of the Fianna, and he bade the steward to look for the child's injuries. And when they looked, there was no scratch nor tooth mark to be found on him, only the bruises of his crushed sides. Then the steward guessed what had happened, and demanded that the boy Diarmid should be placed between his knees, to do with as he would. Agnes Og was red angry at this, and Don would have struck off the steward's head if Finn had not come between them. The steward said nothing more, but left the hall and returned carrying in his hand a hazel wand. With this he struck the body of his son, and instantly in place of the dead child there sprang up a huge wild boar, a black boar without ears or tail. Then, holding out the hazel wand, he chanted over the beast this great spell. By the power of this wand, listen and obey. This is what I put upon you. This I put upon Diarmid. You who shared one mother, share one fate henceforth. Share one span of life. Share one death at last. Brother slaying brother. Death fine for each other on that fatal day. And as he spoke the last words, the boar rushed through the open door of the hall and disappeared into the night. And in the silent and horror-stricken hall, Angus took up the remaining child on his knees and laid on him the most solemn geas that he could that he should never hunt wild boar, both because of the kinship between him and the black boar, and because so, and only so, was there a hope that he might escape the doom laid on him by the steward in vengeance for his own son. So it was that during the days that Finn and his companions spent as Diarmid's guest, that there was hunting of wolf and badger and red deer, but never of wild boar. And then, one night, long after all men were in bed and asleep, Diarmid rushed to hear the distant yelping of a hound on a hot scent, and he started up on one elbow, listening, with a strange sense of dread. But his sudden movement roused Grania, and she was started up also, and flung her arms around him, and asked what was amiss. "I heard a hound bang on the scent," Diarmid said, "and surely that is a strange thing to be hearing at midnight." "May all things guard you from harm," said Grania quickly, and made the sign with her fingers to turn aside ill luck. "It was one of the courtyard dogs hunting in his sleep. Now lie down again." Diarmid lay down and slept, but again he was roused by the belling of a hound, and started up again and reached for his cloak to go and look to the matter. But again Grania held him back. "If it was not one of our dogs, then at this hour it could only have been a hound of the fairy kind, and it is not good to see the milk-white hounds at their hunting. Lie down again, my dear love." And Diarmid lay down again and slept deep and long, but with his first glimmer of daylight stealing in through the open door, the voice of the hound roused him a third time. And a third time Grania would have held him back, but he stood up, despite her clinging, and reached for his cloak, and flung it around him, saying, "See, the daylight is growing, and the white hounds of the Donnan do not hunt once the sun is above the hills. This is some lost hound, hunting on his own secret account, and I will go and bring him in." Grania had a dark dread on her, and she not knowing why, and she said, "If you will go, then take with you the Gadairg, the great spear that Angus gave you, for the hairs rise on the back of my neck, and I smell danger." But Diarmid still laughed. "How can there be danger in the trail music of a single hound? The Gadairg is a war spear. If I take the Gaboy, my light spear, if that will make you happy, and my good hound Macanchoil, shall you go with me?" And whistling Macanchoil to heel, he started out in the direction from which he heard the baying of the strange hound. And as he went, he heard the hound again, and others with him now, and he knew that this was no stray after all, but the hunting of a whole pack. He pressed on, the sounds of the hunt seeming nearer and sometimes farther away, until he came to Ben Bulben and climbed its steep grassy sides, and on the round crest of Ben Bulben he found Finn, quite alone. Diarmid was angry that men were hunting with his hills without his leave, and gave Finn no very courteous greeting, but still panting from his climb, demanded to know who it was that had unleashed these hounds. "Some of our men took the hounds out at midnight, being restless and hot-headed from drinking wine," Finn said. "One of the hounds found the scent of a wild boar. Indeed, I would have stopped the chase if I had but been here in time, for I know this trail they follow, the trail of the wild boar of Ben Bulben, and to go after that one is far worse danger to the hunter than to the hunted. Many good men and hounds have died on his tushes before today." Suddenly, as he spoke, his eyes widened, and he pointed into the distance behind Diarmid. "And see, the thing happens again. The boar has broken cover, and our men are running from him. It is he that is hunting them." And turning to look where the old Fen captain pointed, Diarmid saw that what was said was true. For a few moments they watched in horror, Then Finn cried out, "He's heading uphill, making towards this very spot. It is in my mind that sooner we are out of his way, the better." "I will not move aside from a hunted boar," Diarmid said, and his hand tightened on the spear. "This is no mortal boar, and it is not he that is the hunted one. Remember also that you are under Gias never to hunt, wild pig." And now it seemed that a madness seized upon Diarmid, but in truth it was the old doom working within him, and he shouted in defiance, "Neither for fear of this boar, nor for any other wild beast, nor for the keeping of my Gias unbroken, will I leave this place like a scared hound with my tail between my legs." So Finn went his way with a strange mingling of feelings within him, so that he wanted at one and the same time to fling his spear at the sky and laugh until his heart burst within his breast, and to lie with his face on the ground and howl like a dog over a dead master, for all the sorrows that ever had happened since the world began. And Diarmid, left standing on the hill crest, alone save for his hound, looked after Finn McCool, and said in his heart, "Now did you, my old captain, rouse the boar and set on this chase, hoping that my death would come of it? Well, if I am fated to die in this spot, then I am fated. No man may escape his doom." And he made ready to receive the boar, and it came thundering up the mountain slope with the Fianna far scattered all about it. As it came, Diarmid loosed Mchumail against it, but though till now the hound had always been the bravest of the brave, he turned and fled howling before the wicked red-eyed thing that had neither ears nor tail. Then Diarmid set his finger in the silken loop of the gaboy and hurled the light spear with perfect aim. It struck the boar in the middle of the forehead, but fell to the ground without so much as disturbing one of the brute's harsh black bristles. Then, cursing himself that he had not indeed heeded Grania's advice to his weapons, he ripped his hunting blade from its sheath, and with the brute right upon him, struck a mighty blow at the black neck behind where the ears should have been. But the blade flew into a score of pieces, leaving only the hilt in his hand, and not so much as one bristle of the boar's hide was cut through. And now, as Diarmid, quite defenseless, leapt aside, the great brute swung upon him with a squeal of fury and hurled him to the ground, and rooting for him as a tame pig roots for acorns in the ground, brought him up on the curve of its mighty tushes and flung him down once more with a ghastly wound torn out of his side and pouring red into the grass. Squealing still, it backed and turned to charge again, but Diarmid, with his last despairing strength, flung the dagger hilt at him so mightily that it broke the flat skull and drove through the brain, and the boar of Ben Bulben crashed to the ground and rolled over dead. Then Finn and the rest of the hunting band came up, and Finn stood looking down on Diarmid while he lay bleeding his life away, and said at last in a harsh and grating voice, "Not so beautiful now, eh, my Diarmid of the love spot?" And Diarmid gasped, "It is in your power to heal me, even now, Finn McCool." "How?" said Finn. All know that you can heal a man even at the point of death." "True enough," said Finn. "But tell me, Diarmid O'Dina, why should I be giving back life to you, of all the men in Erin?" "In return for the times that I saved yours," Diarmid answered, and groaned in his bitter pain at the sorrow of old friendship turned to hate. Do you remember the night we rested at the house of Derka Danara? And even as we sat at table, Cairbre of the Leafy, with your enemies of Tara, and of Braga and of Mead, surrounded the place, and threw firebrands into the thatch, and when you would have rushed forth to meet them, and doubtless also the death they had in their spears for you, I thrust you back into your seat and bade you finish the feast, and sallied out with my own men to quench the flames and drive back your enemies. For Cairbre was no enemy of mine. If I had asked you for a drink from your cupped hands that night, when you came back into the hall with our wounds red upon us, you would have given it to me gladly enough. Then, but not now, said Finn. Or the night that you were captive in the hostel of the quickened trees, and I held the ford that your enemies might not come up, you helpless, and afterwards brought up the bleeding heads of 3 kings in the hollow of my shield to set you free? If I had asked for a drink at that night's end, would you have refused me? Not then, but now, Finn said. Now? Even now? Give me a drink from your hands, Diarmid begged weakly, for the chill of death creeps upon me, and I tell you this, I see a day of slaughter and despair. And after it, few enough of the Fianna left to tell how it ended. Then you will need my help as never you needed it before. And bitter in your heart shall be the memory of this day on Ben Bulben, when you could have saved me and would not, and my place empty beside your shoulder, that might you have been staunchly filled. Then Oscar spoke up, kneeling with Diarmid's head on his knee, his voice soft and ugly in his throat. Finn, my grandfather, an ill thing it is that I should be speaking to you so, but speak I will, and it is that you shall listen. You shall give Diarmid to drink from your cupped hands, and quickly, lest it be too late. Even if I would, there's no water to be had in this place. That's not true, Diarmid whispered, and you know it. For not 9 paces from here, hidden under the bramble bush, is a spring of clean water. So Finn went to the spring, and cupping his 2 hands together, he brought up a palmful of water and turned back to Diarmid. But midway the memory of Grania's choice rose in him again, and he let the precious water run through his fingers. Try again, Finn, my grandfather, said Oscar, still more softly, and his black brows drew together. And Finn stopped again and filled his cupped hands, and again turned back to Diarmid, and midway remembered Grania, and let the water trickle through his fingers. Finn, my grandfather, said Oscar, and his voice was softer than ever. Near kin as we are, if you do not bring the water this 3rd time, only one of us 2 shall leave Bulben Crest alive. And Finn saw that the young warrior meant it, and though indeed he knew that in single combat he could still slay Oscar or any other man of the Fianna, a cold horror woke in his belly, and he turned back a 3rd time to the water, and came quickly, not a drop now spilling through his fingers. But even as he reached his side, Diarmid's head dropped back, and the life went out of him on a long sigh. The Fianna gathered about him, and set up 3 long heavy shouts for the death of Diarmid O'Dina. And when they were silent, Oscar laid Diarmid gently down on the stained and trampled grass, and said, looking straight and steady up at Finn, I wish it was you who were lying here in Diarmid's stead. For now the bravest and most generous heart in all the Fianna is still. And he bent his head and wept. Why was I not remembering that Diarmid's life was linked with the life of the wild boar? I should have found some means to call off the hunt, and so delay for a while longer this time of sorrow. Then they left the hill, Finn leading the hound Mchumail, but Osca and Daring and Macluga turned back and flung their cloaks over Diarmid's body before they followed the others. Grania sat in the lookout place of her home, watching for Diarmid's return, and at last he saw the hunting party on the homeward track and Finn McCool walking foremost, leading Diarmid's great hound. But of Diarmid himself no sign, not so much of his shadow on the grass. And then she understood and fell all her length senseless on the ground, while her women wailed about her. When she came to herself once more, the hunting party was within the gates, and the word running through the household that Diarmid has got his death from the wild boar of Ben Bulben. Then all the people within the dun raised 3 loud and bitter cries of lamentation, which rang through the glens and across the lonely moors, and pierced the very clouds of the sky. But Grania's wailing rose above them all. When at last she became calm, she ordered her people to go to Ben Bulben and fetch home the body of her lord. Then she turned to Finn, who stood by, still holding Mchumail in leash, and said, "You will be going from here now, for this is no place where you would wish to be. But leave me my lord's hound." "Surely a hound can be of little use to you," said Finn, "and a hunting dog will do better with a man than with a woman." But Osca, as white as Diarmid laying dead on Ben Bulben, came forward and took the leash from Finn's hand and gave it to Grania. When Grania's people came to Ben Bulben Crest, they found Angus Og standing in grief over Diarmid's body, with all his folk behind him, the tall Danann warriors holding their shields hindside forward in a token of peace. And as Grania's people drew near, Angus lifted his head and asked them what they had come for. "The Princess Grania has sent us to fetch home the body of her lord," said they. But Angus said, "Grania had him while he lived, and it is because of her he died. Now what is left of him comes with me to Brunaboina, for that is his home." And he gave orders for Diarmid's body to be placed on a golden bear, and his javelins fixed pointed upwards on either side, and his people rested the bier on his shoulders and carried it slowly away towards Brunaboina. For a while Grania continued her life alone, grieving for her lost lord, and teaching her sons to hate Finn McCool for their father's death. But her heart was not made for hopeless sorrow, and before 3 summers were past, her grief began to fade. Then Finn came to her again. At first she met him with bitter scorn, and he knew how to wait, and was so patient in his waiting, so gentle and loving kind, that at last she began to soften towards him. And the day came where she made peace between him and her sons, and returned with him as his bride to Almu of the White Walls. But when he brought her in through the gate, the Fianna burst into bitter laughter. "A bad bargain have you made, Finn McCool, for Diarmid was worth 100 of this one." And Fergus Finval said, "Better keep her tied to the root tree, lest she run off with the next man to catch her eye, seeing as there is little faith in her." And so, after that first ugly greeting, the Fianna treated Grania as always as befitted Finn's wife. There was coldness between them, and her always for Diarmid's sake. Nevertheless, Finn's wife she remained, until the last day of his life. Chapter 14. The Battle of Gavra. Cormac MacArt, the High King, is dead, and Cairbre of the Liffey, his son, set his foot on the crowning stone in the midst of the high court of Tara, and standing so with one foot on the stone and the other on a red bull's hide, he was crowned High King of Erin in his father's place. And Finn with the Fionn chiefs and champions stood by, on one side facing the warriors of the king's household, standing on the other, and raised three great shouts of triumph and greeting for the new High King. But Finn's heart was heavy under his bronze breast armor, and a shadow lay on his mind, for he knew Cairbre had always hated him and the clan Basna. Now Cairbre had a daughter called Seam Soles, which meant light of beauty, and indeed she was well named, for though scarcely yet out of her childhood, she was already the fairest thing in all Erin, more fair even than Grania had been at her age, and many great chiefs and nobles, and even kings from across the sea, came seeking her in marriage. And at last, after many others had failed, for the princess too was hard to please, a marriage was arranged between her and the king's son of the Decies, and a great wedding feast was made ready. It was the custom that when any princess of the royal house of Tara went to her wedding, the High King should give the Fianna a tribute of 20 ingots of gold. And the way of it was this: that was the 9 days' wedding feast was about to begin. The choice of the chiefs of the Fianna sent their youngest and most newly joined warrior into the High King's hall to claim the tribute, and themselves waited for his return in the encampment on the broad green before the palace. But Carefree of the Liffey not only hated Finn and the clan Basna for Diarmaid's sake, but he hated the whole Fianna, for under Finn's captaincy they had grown to be a great power in the land, and Cairbre was afraid that the time might come when they would be stronger than the High King. He had long been looking for a chance to break them, and now it seemed to him that the chance had come. The Fianna in their encampment waited long and long for the return of young Ferdia, with the royal slaves bearing the gold. He came at last, but not out through the gates with the gold bearers behind him. He came alone and over the ramparts, falling all arms and legs, heavy as a dead man falls. And when they ran forward and stood out about him, they saw the spear wound over his heart, and the voice of Cairbre's herald called down to them from the ramparts, "Hear the words of the High King of Erin. There have been over many demands from the Fianna in my father's time. Take now from me the answer that I make to all such, now that I, Cairbre, am the High King." They brought the boy's body to Finn and told him the words of Cairbre Mac Cormac. And Finn stood up and swore a mighty and terrible oath. The High King's answer is received and laid to heart. I, Finn McCool, the Lord of the Fianna, have laid it close to heart. And now I swear on my father's head that never again while I am its captain shall there be peace between the High King and the Fianna of Erin. Then the Fianna of Clan Basna shouted their wrath and beat with their spears upon their shields, and many shouted to Finn to lead them at once in the storming of the royal hill of Tara. But Beartide, the Fionn chief of Tara, and the Meathman, who was marriage kin to Gol MacMorna, rose and stood over against him, with the clan Morna at his back, and called on them to hold by the High King and not by Finn McCool. So fighting broke out between Clan Basna and Clan Morna, and the old feud that had slept so long woke and raged like a forest fire. But Cairbre, seeing from the walls of Tara the fighting in the Fionn camp, knew that the two clans were too nearly matched, and he had need of the Clan Morna chieftains. So he sent his swiftest messenger running to them with word to break off the fight and call back within the halls of the royal hill. Then the Clan Morna chiefs under Fairtie broke off the fight and fell back while the king's own household warriors manned the ramparts to cover their retreat with a hailstorm of spears. Then, seeing that to push after them would be to run upon disaster, Finn sounded his horn to recall his own men. And that sunset, without pausing even to break the camp, Finn ordered the standard of the Fianna to be raised, and they marched south to join themselves to Fecrab, king of Munster, who was marriage kin to Finn McCool, even as was Cairbre, but a friend and sworn comrade beside. They sent runners ahead to warn Fecrab, and as they went, they called on the main body of the Fianna to gather to the Munster holding plain. And, in like matter, Cairbre sent out his runners, summoning them and the kings of all the provinces to muster to him at Tara, and the Clan Morna and the kings of Ulster and Connacht, and even Finn's own Leinster mustered to Tara. But Ferchab of Munster gathered his spears to fight beside Finn, and the Clan Basna were with them there. The sound of armorers' hammers on anvils rang from shore to shore of Erin, and the wit of weapons on weapon stones in the forecourts of chief and captain, and the very ground trembled under the tramp of feet as the warriors gathered to Cairbre or to Finn. Then the fighting began, and the ding of hammer on anvil became the clash of blade on blade, where the war bands met in small, fierce weapon flurries, trying each other's strength. Then, as streamlets flow into a stream, and the streams flow at last into the Shannon or the slow, strong Boyne, the small fights became greater ones, and at last the two war hosts came to face each other on the bare sunny moors of Gavra for the final battle that must settle all things between them. On the night before the battle, the watchfires of the host were as though the stars had fallen from the sky in two great scattered swaths of light, and between them the moor was an emptiness of dark. When the morning came, the two war hosts took up their battle array, and between them the moor stretched empty to the wind and sunlight, and murmurs with the bees. On the one side, Cairbre the High King stood beneath his silken standard, and behind him, on either side, stretched the war host of Tara, company by company under their chieftains, Fair Ty and Fair Lee, his son Capitan, the Clan Morna, and all of the Fianna that stood with them, and the kings of the provinces, each with their warriors, and close around the High King the 5 sons of Urgriu of the ancient tribes of Tara, each leading one of the pillars of the High King's own household troops. And on the other side, the war host was drawing up in 3 parts, and in the center the king of Munster commanded all the fighting strength of the province, while the Fianna of Clan Basna and such as had joined them were drawn upon the wings. Osca commanded the left wing, and the leader of the right, the post which in all battles carries the most honor and danger, was Finn McCool himself. The Fionn captain had put on the whole splendor of war gear, a silk shirt next to his skin, and over it a battle shirt of many layers of linen waxed together, and over that his tunic of fine mesh ringed mail, and over that his gold bordered belly armor, round his waist, a belt clasped with golden dragon heads, his sword hung at his side, his blue bladed Lachlan spear went in his hand, and on his shoulder his round shield covered with green leather, its boss enriched with flowers of gold and silver and bronze. On his head, his war cap of gilded bronze set about the brow, with which mountain gems that sparkled back yellow tawny light in the early rays of the sun. And around him the clan Basna stood close, shoulder to shoulder and shield to shield under their bright-tipped spears. The war horns sounded, and the two war hosts rushed upon each other, and they drew close together. The throwing spears began to hum to and fro, and the moor of Gavra shook beneath their running feet, and from both sides the war cries and the Dorn Fianna rose like the surf of a mighty sea. And when they came together, the crash of their meeting rang through the 5 provinces of Erin and echoed back from the cold outer circle of the sky. Then many a spear was broken, and many a bright blade shattered into crimson shards, and many a shield and war cap hacked in two, and many a champion cut down into his own blood, and many a dead face turned toward the sky, and the young heather grew purple red as though it was in the flower a month before its time. Osca was the spearhead of the attack that day, and wherever he turned his spear, it seemed that 100 warriors fell before him, before a broad path for his following into the boiling heart of the battle. And so he came at last, with his wounds blazing red upon him, to where Cairbre fought at the head of his household warriors. Cairbre leapt to meet him, and there among all the turmoil of battle they fought as though they had been all alone in that upland of Gavra. Again and again they wounded each other sore, but neither felt the sting of wounds that would have slain lesser men 3 times over, until at last Osca got a blow that entered Cairbre's body where the upper and lower plates of his belly armor came together, and drove out again through the small of his back. But as the High King fell, his falling twisted the spear from Osca's grasp, and from the ground he thrust up at him, so that the spear entered below his guard and pierced upward from his belly into his breast. The blood came into his mouth, and he pitched forward across the High King's body with the pains of death already upon him. Then Cairbre's warriors charged forward to get possession of the Lord's body and the champion who had slain him. But those who followed Osca did the same, and after a sharp and bitter struggle, they brought the young champion off, with still a breath of life in him, and bore him back to where Finn stood on a little hillock, ordering the battle, and laid him at the Finn captain's feet. And Osca opened his eyes one last time and said, "I have slain Cairbre for you. I would that you have left him for my slaying, and for me to get my death from him instead of you," said Finn. And for the second time in his life he wept. "Do not be doing that for me," Osca said. "For if it were you lying there, and I standing over you, do you think it's one tear I'd be weeping for you? I know well enough you would not, for Diarmid O'Dina stands between us even now," said Finn. "But as for me, I will weep for whom I choose to weep for." And with the thing, part in jest and part in sorrow between them, Osca died and there was not a palm's breadth of his body without a wound on it. That was a hero's death, said Finn, and the battle frenzy awoke in him, the battle fury that all men, himself among them, had thought that he was too old to know again. And he plunged forward into the boil of battle with his colossus sword, his companions storming at his heels, and his sword was a two-edged lightning, clearing a path for him wherever he turned his face. And the hero light blazed upon his brow, so that no warrior could withstand him, and the dead fell in tangled heaps about him. And he thrust over them and threw them like a young bull through standing barley. But as he went, one after another of the men behind him fell. Daring and Keelta and Coil Crota and Finval and Legan Lumina, until he was a raging alone through the enemy war host. And Furlee, the son of Furtai, saw him with no friend to guard his back, and mated him with drawn sword, for both their spears were gone long since, and so they fought until both their sore wounded. But at the last Finn swung up his sword for a mighty blow, and struck Furlee's head from his shoulders, so that it went rolling and bouncing away under the feet of the battle, and Finn McCool had the victory in that fight. But after Furtai came hurling upon him to avenge his son. "Great deeds, Finn!" he shouted. "Great deeds to be slaying a boy! Not so much a boy, and if you felt him so young and helpless, why did you not come before?" Finn mocked him. "I had hoped that he would be finishing the slaying. I had rather that he had the pride and the honor of it." So then they fought across Furlee's headed body, knee to knee and shield to shield, and over their shields and under their armor their blood ran down, and at last Finn slew the father and he had slayed the son. And as he stood over their bodies, panting and fair spent, and half blind with blood, the 5 sons of Urgryu came upon him in a circle, and Finn turned and saw them all round him, closing in with spears raised to strike, and he knew that the end was come. He let his shield that could not face 5 ways at once drop to his feet, and stood straight and unmoving as a pillar stone, and the 5 spears came at him, making 5 great wounds that put out the light of the sun. Chapter 15. The Return of Oisin. In the Valley of the Thrushes, not far from where Dublin stands today, a crowd of men were trying to shift a great boulder from their tilled land, the village headmen directing their efforts. The stone had been there as long as any of them could remember, or their grandfathers before them, and always they had grumbled at it because it got in the way of the plowing. But though 1 or 2 half-hearted attempts had been made to shift it, it lay still half embedded in the hillside, where it always had lain. Now at last they were really set upon getting rid of the thing, and every man in the village had gathered to lend his strength to the task. But it seemed that their strength was all too little, for there they were heaving and straining and grunting and hauling, their faces crimson and the sweat running off of them, and the great boulder not moving so much as a finger's breadth out of its bed. And as they strained and struggled, and they getting nearer each moment to giving up, they saw riding towards them a horseman such as none of them had ever set eyes on before, save maybe in some glorious dream. Taller and mightier than any man of this world he was, and riding a foam-white stallion as far beyond mortal horses as he was beyond mortal men. His eyes were strangely dark, his fair hair like a sunburst around his head. His mantle of saffron silk flowed back from brooches of yellow gold that clasped at it at his shoulders, and at his side hung a great golden hilted sword. "It is one of the fairy kind," said an aged villager, making the sign of the horns with his first two fingers of his left hand. "It is an archangel out of heaven," said a young one, and made the sign of the cross. The splendid being, man or fairy or angel, reined in his horse and sat looking down at them with a puzzled pity on his face. "You wanted this shifting?" he said. The headman drew nearer, greatly daring. "We did so, but it seems 'tis beyond our strength. Would you be lending us the power of your arm now?" "Surely," said the rider, and stooping from the saddle, set his hand under the boulder and gave a mighty heave. The boulder came out of the ground and went rolling over and over down the hillside like a shinty ball, and the watching villagers gave a great shout of wonder and admiration. But next moment their shouts turned to fearful and wondering dismay, for as he heaved at the boulder, the rider's saddle girth had burst, so that he fell headlong to the ground. The moment the white stallion felt himself free, he neighed 3 times and set off at a tearing gallop towards the coast, and as he went, he seemed not merely to grow small with distance, but to lose shape and substance, and fade into the summer air like a wisp of wood smoke. And there on the ground, where the splendid stranger had fallen, lay an old, old man, huge still, but with thin white beard and milky, half-blind eyes, his silken mantle a patched and tattered cloak of coarsest homespun, his golden-hilted sword a rough ash-stick, such as a blind old beggar might use to support him and feel his way about the world. He half raised himself and peered about, then, with a wild, despairing cry, stretched all his length again, burying his head in his arms. In a little, seeing that nothing terrible seemed to have happened to any of themselves, some of the bolder of the villagers came closer and lifted him up and asked who he was. "I am Oisin, the son of Finn McCool," said the old man. Then the villagers looked at each other, and the headman said, "If you mean who I think you mean, then you're as crazy as we must have been just now to be taking you for whatever it was we took you for." "It was the sun in our eyes," said another man. And they asked the old man a second time who he was. "Why do you ask again when I have already told you? I am Oisin, the son of Finn McCool, captain of the Fianna of Erin." "It is the sun on that bald head of yours," said the headman kindly enough. "Finn McCool and his heroes we have heard of, yes, but they have been dead these 300 years. Then the old man was silent a long while, his face bowed in his hands, and at last he said, "How did they die?" "At the Battle of Gavra, not so far from here at all. There is a green mound up there beside the battleground. I was hearing once it was the grave of one of them, called Osca. A great battle it was, and they do say that there was none but boys and old men left in Erin when the fighting was done." "But Oisin did not die then," another put in. "No man knows the death of Oisin, but the harpers still sing the songs he made. But now Priest Patrick has come to Erin and told us of the one true God and Christ his Son, and the old days are done with, and we listen to them only as men listen to old tales that are half forgotten." The old man seemed half dazed, like one that has taken a blow between the eyes. only he cried out once, harshly and near to choking. Strong and without mercy is your new god, and he has much to answer for if he has slain the memory of Finn and Oscar. Then the people were angry and cried sacrilege, and some of them picked up a small surface stones of the field to throw at the old man. But the headman bade them let him be until Priest Patrick had seen him and told him what they should do. And they took him to the old fortress of Drumderg, where Patrick had at that time made his living place. And Patrick listened to their account of how he had come to them, and how with the sun in their eyes they had mistaken him for a young man, and asked his aid in moving the great stone from their tilled land, and of what had happened after. And Patrick was kind to the huge half-blind old beggar, and gave him a place for sleeping and a place for sitting by the fire among his own Christian brotherhood. And often the priest of the new god and the old man who had been Oisin would talk together, and Oisin told wonderful stories, almost all the stories that are in this book, and many more beside, of Finn and the Fianna, and the high, far-off days, which Patrick bade one of his scribes to write down on pages of fair white sheepskin, lest they should be forgotten. As time went by, Patrick came to believe that the old man was indeed Oisin, the son of Finn McCool, and one day said to him, "It is upward of 300 years since Finn and Oscar and the flower of the Fianna died at Gavra. Tell me then, how is it that you have lived so long beyond your day and the days of your companions?" So Oisin told him this last story, the story of how he had ridden hunting with the Fianna one summer morning among the lakes of Killarney, and how the Princess Niamh of the golden hair had come out of the west and asked him to return to Tir na Nog with her, and how he had taken leave of Finn and Oscar and the rest, and mounted behind her on a white horse, and how they headed westward again until they came to the sea, and headed westward still, leaving the companions of the Fianna behind them on their shore. And when he reached that point of the story, Oisin buried his head in his hands and seemed to forget. Then, to rouse him, and because he was a man of curiosity and interest in all things, Patrick said, "Success and benediction. Tell me what happened after that." And Oisin raised his head again, and staring with half-blind eyes into the heart of the fire, as though he saw there all things happening again, he went on with his story. The white horse galloped across the waves as lightly as he had done the green hills of Erin, and the wind overtook the waves, and we overtook the wind, and presently we passed into a golden haze through which there loomed half-seen islands with cities on their heights and palaces among leafy gardens. Once a fellow doe fled past us, chased by a milk-white hound with one blood-red ear, and once a maiden fled by on a bay horse, and she carrying a golden apple in her hand, and close behind her in hot pursuit a young man on a white steed, a purple and crimson cloak flying from his shoulders, and a great sword naked in his hand. But the sky began to darken overhead, and the wind rose and began to blow in great gusts that roused the waves to fury, and sent the spendthrift flying like white birds over our heads, and the lightning leapt between the dark sky and darker sea, while the thunder boomed and crashed all about us. Yet still the white horse sped on, unafraid, as lightly and sweetly as over the summer seas that we have traversed before, and presently the wind died, and the darkness rolled away, and sunshine touched the racing seas with gold, and ahead of us, under the spreading lake of blue sky, lay the fairest land that I had ever seen. Green plains and distant hills, were all bathed in a honey wash of sunlight that flashed and sparkled from the lakes and streams that met every turn of the eye and changed to gold the white walls of the beautiful place which stood close beside the shore. Flowers were everywhere, and butterflies like dancing flames upon the air, and as soon as I saw it, I knew that this could be no place but Tir na Nog, the land of youth. The white horse skimmed the waves towards the shore, and on the white sand we dismounted, and Niam turned to me, most sweetly holding out her hands, and said, "This is my own land. Everything I promised you shall find here, and above all and before all, the love of Niam of the golden hair." Then there came toward us from a palace a troop of warriors, heroes and champions all, holding their shields reversed in token to me that they came in peace, and after them a gay and beautiful company led by the king of the land himself, in a robe of yellow silk, a golden crown blazing like the midsummer sun upon his head, and behind him came the queen, most fair to see, and with 100 maidens clustered all about her. They kissed their daughter joyfully and tenderly, and the king took my hand in this, saying, "100,000 welcomes, brave Oisin." Then turning with me to face all the host, he said, "This is Oisin, from the far off land of Erin, he who is to be the husband of Niam of the golden hair. Bid him welcome, as I do." Then all the host, nobles and warriors and maidens alike, bade me welcome, and all together, Niam and myself, walking hand in hand in their midst, we went up to the place where a great feast was prepared. For 10 days and nights we feasted, while the harpers made music sweeter than any heard in the world of men. I, Oisin, say that. I, who was a harper among harpers, and the world of men in my time, and little birds as brightly colored as flowers flew and fluttered about the banquet house. And on the 10th day, Niam and I were wed. I lived in the land of youth 3 years, and thought it was 3 years. I was happy as never a man was happy before. But as the third year drew to a close, I began to think more and more of my father and my son, and of all the companions of my youth. Sometimes, as we rode hunting, I would fancy that I heard the Fianna hunting horn echoing through the woods, and think I recognized the deep braying of Bran and Scolin among the belling and the milk-belling white Denon hounds. I began to fall into waking dreams, thinking how they would be hunting the woods of Sleeve Bloom, and how the heroes would be telling old stories about the fire in Almu the White Halls, until it came to this, that Niam asked me if I no longer loved her. I told her that she was the very life of my heart, and that I was happy as ever I had ever been in the land of youth. But the restlessness was on me, and I longed to see my father and my friends once more. Then Niam kissed me and clung to me, and tried to turn my thoughts elsewhere. But still I half heard the Fianna hunting horn echoing through my dreams at night, and at last I begged leave of her and of the king her father to visit my own land once more. The king gave me leave, though unwillingly, and Niam said, "It's not that I can be holding you while your heart draws you back to Erin. So I gave you my leave also, though there's a shadow on my mind, and I fear that I shall never see you again." I said, "That is a foolish fear, for there's nothing that could keep me long from you. Only give me the white steed, for he knows the way, and will bring me back safely to your side." Then she said, "I will give you the white steed, for indeed he knows the way. But listen now, and keep my words in your mind. Never once dismount from the back all the while you are in the world of men, For if you do, you can never come back to me. If once your feet touch the green grass of Erin, the way to Tir Nanog will be closed to you forever. I promised that I would never dismount from the white steed, but remember always her words. And seeing her grief, which even my most faithful promise seemed not to touch, I was within a feather weight of yielding to her and remaining always in Tir Nanog. But the white horses stood ready, and the hunger was still on me to see my father and my own land. So I mounted, and the horse set off at a gallop towards the shore. So again we sped across the sea, and the wind overtook the waves, and we overtook the wind, and the shores of the land of youth sank into the golden mists behind us. Again it drifted all about us, that golden mist, and in the mist the towers and circles of the sea arose once more, and again the maiden with the golden apple in her hand fled past us on her bay horse, and the young horseman riding hard behind, his purple cloak streaming from his shoulders, and his sword naked in his hand, and again the fallow doe fled by, hunted by the milk-white hound with one ear as red as blood. So we came at last to the green shores of Erin. Gladly, once we were on land, I turned the horse's head towards Almu and the white walls and rode on. And as I rode, I looked about me, seeking for familiar scenes and faces, and listening always for the sound of the Fianna hunting horn. But all things seemed strangely altered, and nowhere did I hear or see any things of my companions, and the folk who were tilling the ground were small and puny, so they did not seem any more like countrymen of mine. I came at last through the woods to the open country, around the hill of Almu, and the hill was still there, but overgrown with bushes and brambles. And on its broad flat crest, where the white walls of my father's dun had used to rise, with its byres and barns and armorers' shops, the women's court and the guest quarters, and Finn's mighty mead hall rising out of the midst of all, were nothing but grassy hummocks, grown over with elder and blackthorn, and the arched sprays of the brambles, and the heather washing over all. Then horror fell upon me, though indeed I believe that the dun was still there, but hidden from me by some enchantment of the Donnan folk, and I flung wide my arms and shouted the names of Finn my father and Osca after them, and names of all the old brotherhood, Kilta and Conan and Daring and the rest. Even Diarmid's name I shouted in that dreadful time, but no one answered. Nothing moved save a thrush fluttering among the elder bushes. Then I thought that perhaps the hounds might hear me when men could not, and I shouted to Bran and Scowlin and strained my ears for an answering bark, but no sound came, save the hushing of a little wind through the hilltop grasses. So with the horror thick upon me, I wheeled the white horse and rode away from Almo, to search all Erin until I found my friends again, or some way out of the enchantment that held me captive. But everywhere I rode, I met only little puny people who gazed at me in wonder out of the faces of strangers. And in every household of the Fianna the brambles grew and the birds were at their nesting. So at last I came to the glen of thrushes, where often I had hunted with Finn, and saw before me tilled land where I remembered only forest. And at the head of the tilled land a knot of these small and puny strangers were striving to shift a great stone that was in the way of the ploughing. I rode closer, and they asked me for my help, and that was an easier thing to give, so I stooped in the saddle and sat my hand under the stone and sent it rolling down the hillside.
but with the strain of the heave my saddle girth broke, and I was flung to the ground, and my feet were on the green grass of Erin. Priest Patrick, the rest of the story, they have told you. And with that, the story comes to a close. I hope you all enjoyed it. I really do enjoy these kinds of stories. I read Beowulf before on stream once, and I feel that these stories have a way of reminding us of those things that are really important in life. I hope that in due time I'll be able to read more stories and play more games and create stories of my own with my own characters here. That's hoping that I can do that. Thank you, everybody. And I hope that when life is hard for you, that you won't lose the things that make life valuable. That you won't give up what's right in the pursuit of strength. That you will seek to become something honorable. Thank you, everybody. And I hope soon that we will be able to go through another story. I really do appreciate it.